All right, already starting to see the build-up to go home, especially eastbound to East Loop. That's complete stop and go before you get to the downtown split. Looking for a crash here. We got it on the southeast split. That's right there at Murfreesboro Pike and I-24 and Spence Lane. I'm Ken Weaver.
Hello, gang. What's going on, guys? It is the Matt Murphy Radio Show underway for another day. Happy to have you with us this Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. It is a big day all the way around. 6 minutes after 3 o'clock, we've got a big show on tap for you, and I'm very excited about it. And I'm excited about today. I mean, obviously, it's a big day in the state of Tennessee. We're getting a lot of national attention with regard to the 7th Congressional District race that culminates today. Obviously, we're going to be discussing that from time to time today, but I'm telling you, it's not going to be our area of focus. Our area of focus is going to be on something that I'm about to introduce you to. We do it every year. I think this is our second year on location here. It might be our third year doing the Giving Tuesday with Men of Valor. One way or the other, we're excited to be out and about and on location today. So let me get the pleasantries out of the way. Thanks to Ken Weaver back at home base. Thanks to Louie back at home base for running things over there. Jackson's on site with us today on this Tuesday. It's episode 934 of the Matt Murphy Radio Show. You can find us on all of the variety of platforms that we tell you all about. Obviously, 99.7 FM from Alabama to Kentucky and all points in between. Tune in, Spotify, iHeart, our own app, SuperTalk 99.7 WTN, and we remain on Talk TV with YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and Rumble, something that is to the chagrin of the Talk TV viewing audience, according to Jackson Williams, who reminded me just before the show started that I have a face made for radio. I appreciate that. Oh, no, they gave you a headset? That's unfortunate. But they didn't turn it up, though. See, I pay Kirby off in cigarettes, and that's how it works. See, I give Kirby cigarettes, and he does what I want him to do when it comes to your microphone. So Jackson's here. The gang's all here. We're going to have a good day. So don't be concerned. We're going to cover the 7th Congressional District race for you. Obviously, that's a big deal. The polls are still open until 7 o'clock tonight. I'm going out to the Maxwell House Hotel in anticipation of a celebratory victory for Matt Van Epps tonight. I've predicted for the last, month and a half that it's going to be a 10-point victory. I stand by that. I don't believe that it's a 22-point race. I don't believe it's a 22 margin district any longer, although Trump won by the 22-point margin in 2024. One way or the other, we're going to cover that with Trey Hargett's going to be here at 4:55 today. And he's going to make sure that you have all of the ins and outs that you need to know about in the final minutes of the election. He is obviously the Secretary of State. He's going to be here with us for a moment. And the candidate himself, Matt Van Epps, will be here for a couple of minutes at around 5:55 this afternoon. So we'll hear from Republican candidate Matt Van Epps at 5:55 today, giving some final comments on what he hopes, obviously, to be a victory tonight for the 7th Congressional District race. Interspersed in all of that, obviously, we'll take your commentary on the 7th Congressional District race, but that's not what we're focusing on today. The hay, I would argue that the hay is largely in the barn with regard to that race, despite the fact that we've just seen a lot of national news outlets come in just the last couple of weeks. We've been covering it for the last several months, and I know, while the national news cycle is just on top of this story, I would argue that the people in the state of Tennessee, considering the amount of flyers, considering the amount of advertising and all of that, we're ready for that hay to be in the barn, and the hay is essentially in the barn with regard to that race. But we'll continue to cover that for you. But today, it's our annual opportunity to visit with Men of Valor on this Giving Tuesday. Now, Giving Tuesday is, an extension of Black Friday, right? So Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, a traditional day where families get together and they go to the malls and they buy for Christmas and holiday shopping. And then Cyber Monday started. And I don't know where this started, but the idea, the concept, and it really should be reversed if you think about it. But the concept started is that, well, we need a day for people to give a little, not necessarily to buy, to give to family and loved ones, but perhaps to consider and think about the charities that they know of, that they believe in, that they're willing to give to during the holiday season. With that in mind, Men of Valor is such a wonderful organization and a wonderful charity opportunity for you. I talk about it every day of the year, virtually. It is an organization that is dedicated to winning the hearts of men, primarily within the prison system, back to Jesus Christ, and to turn takers into givers in our society. That's the bottom line on it. At least that's the bottom line as I understand it. But you're going to be hearing from folks who've been in the trenches, been on the front lines, from Men of Valor throughout the course of the day. We're going to focus in on Men of Valor and the wonderful good that they do for the state of Tennessee for the majority of the day today. It's a little bit of a different type of show for us, but it is a very important show. Because not only are you giving, I mean, it's important in so many different ways. Not only can you say that you're giving to something that's going to benefit our communities, that truly will get you money back in terms of state expenditure in the prison systems, but more importantly, you're winning hearts and souls to Jesus Christ, which is the ultimate gift that we can possibly give. And your donations, as you go to movministry.com, will do just that. So I'm going to remind you of this all afternoon to the point that you're sick of me saying it. But for you all-dayers, understand that there's folks that listen in the 3 o'clock hour, that don't in the 4 o'clock hour, that don't in the 5 o'clock hour, that don't in the 6 o'clock hour. So if you're listening all of those hours, you're going to hear me repeat this a lot because we beg of you, as you can, give to Men of Valor at movministry.com. Click on the Give Here button. If you go to movministry.com, you'll see right in the lower left-hand corner, there's a little button that says Give Here. Hit that button. It'll take you to a page. It's Giving Tuesday. You'll see our logo there. You'll see the Men of Valor logo. And it'll give you a little explanation as to where your money goes and how your support can help change the hearts and the minds and the lives of men who find themselves incarcerated. With all of that said and all of that in mind, we welcome our first guest to the show. He is Tevin Peterson. He's the discipleship director at Men of Valor, and he joins us here on campus to talk about so many of these things that we've just kind of introduced. Tevin, good to talk with you again, brother.
Matt, we're thrilled to have you guys here, your team, and it's fun for us to have you on campus here at Valor Ridge.
It's fun to see. Listen, I haven't been, I'm ashamed to say that I've not been on campus since last year. And
things have changed.
A couple of things have changed, and we're seeing kind of the manifestation of the generosity of the state of Tennessee and the people that have given to Men of Valor right here before our very eyes.
Yeah, it's so true. It's incredible, the generosity of this state. I love it. I'm a lifetime Tennessean. I love being here. But, yeah, we've just seen people support what God is doing, and it's a radical change of life where people are transformed and becoming new creations by faith in Jesus Christ. So we're excited. We're excited about this new ministry center, workforce development center. So, yeah, we're thrilled to show you guys around today.
So tell us a little about your journey into Men of Valor. It's my understanding, I have it on pretty good authority, that you're old, Tevin. And
I'm talking to my kids.
That's Alex. Alex told me he'd give you $5 if I said that.
Well, that's true. Okay.
But you've been with Men of Valor for a long time.
I have. I did. I started in 2005. It was very small at that time. There was just 4 or 5 on staff, and it's been an incredible journey for me, and absolutely a faith-building and a life-changing journey to be here almost 21 years and just see God's work up close and personal.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, so my primary role is helping people get plugged in and serve. So volunteers, church partnerships, allowing people to come in and play a role. Sometimes it's once a year. Sometimes it's a couple times a week. They have a hand in what's going on. So mentors, teachers, discipleship groups, all sorts of classes, financial class, all kind of things that are going on that we get to allow people to come and have a part in the ministry day to day.
So obviously you mentioned volunteerism, and we talk about it when I talk about Men of Valor back at home base, that, give as you can or volunteer if you will, right? So it's one thing to offer a donation, and we appreciate those donations. Every single dollar goes to such a wonderful cause, but volunteering is another aspect of your need base, right? Talk to us about that.
100%. It's Giving Tuesday, so we're very thankful for people supporting us financially, and we couldn't do what we do without that happening. But yeah, volunteers are the lifeblood of our ministry. We had over 500 people last year serve in some capacity with these guys here at one of our aftercare reentry facilities. We're all over the state. We've got Nashville, Knoxville, Chattanooga, but also in the prisons. We've had people go and minister. We've reached over 1,000. I think the number last year was over 3,000 men were touched by our ministry. So we need all kind of different opportunities where people could come and do teaching classes, leading D groups, being a mentor, walking with a guy, being a friend, being an encourager. There's a million different ways people can serve, and we love to tell people about that. So that's on our website as well to click to learn about how to serve.
It is. I mean, I would think for some that it might be a little bit of a little intimidating, right? To say, "Oh, I'm going to volunteer in the prison system." That's frightening to me.
Yeah.
Walk people through the different opportunities that they have.
Yeah. Very well said. And that was even true for me to a degree. I had a great friend, Kurt Campbell, invited me to come work with us.
Right,
Kurt well,
Kurt.
and we've been here, each of us, since 2005. But I had never been in a prison at that season of life. And so it's a little – it feels like these people are going to be so different from me. And I'm
going to walk in there, they're going to eat me alive.
Yeah,
right?
You can be terrified from it.
Right.
But really, what you find out is these are people that have a story of their own. Many times there was deep brokenness in childhood, but they have hopes and dreams. They have talents and abilities that God gifted them with, that if you spend some time and help to cultivate those things, they can become incredibly productive members of society. Many of my greatest friends today are guys that I've met through the prison system, and they're the most generous, humble, honest, hardworking, incredible Americans that love our country, that work hard, that give back. They're now, tax-paying members of society. They're doing right. They're living right. You would want them to be your neighbors, and it's a joy to see that happen. And of course, for us, it's always bringing the hope of the gospel, that we're teaching men to call upon the name that changes everything, in the name of Jesus Christ. Get them to understand how God has extended an offer of grace that you can have a whole new life.
Yeah, we'll repeat it often today as we talk to so many different components and people involved with Men of Valor. But and Alex and I have spoken about this. Alex Perez and I have spoken about this every time that we sit down and talk about Men of Valor. No one is excusing the crime.
Nope.
No one is excusing the violation of our laws within society. And obviously, if you commit crimes against the people of the state of Tennessee, against institute, whatever, then you're going to serve your time. What we're talking about are those men that are walking out of those prison doors. What type of men do you want walking out? I've long heard the statistic, and you confirmed it when we were talking just a moment ago, Tevin, that well over 90% of the men that walk through the doors of a prison are at some point going to get out.
They're going to get out. They're going to get out. They're going to be living in our communities and our neighborhoods. And it's exactly as you said, what type of men do you want coming out? And so we've through trial and error now for almost 30 years, we've learned some tools that work, and we get to put those in place. So just real quickly, we've got three kind of prongs to it. There's the spiritual training, the spiritual discipleship, which is incredible biblical foundation for a man's life. There's also the psychological. We've got a team of counselors that are very gifted in helping a man understand his story and his trauma and what occurred in life. 99.9% of the time there was childhood trauma that dramatically impacted someone in their view of themselves, their view of the world, their view of God. So there's the psychological aspect. And then there's what we call manhood training, is just a vision that I got from a father and a grandfather. Many of these men didn't. That what's a good man do with his life? How does he live his life? They had a void there of that training. And so we step in and provide that as Men of Valor to say, hey, there's a way you can think about your money and how to manage money, about relationships and dating relationships, about people, how you treat people, self-respect, just living as a giver instead of a taker. That's the last part of our mission statement, is we want to equip these men to become givers to the community rather than takers. And as you meet our guys, a lot of our staff you're going to talk to today were former students with us that did time, and you're going to see they're generous people, good men that you would love to be your neighbor because of who they are.
I know we're going to talk a lot about the campus itself and how important that is as a component to what you do within the system. But I want to focus in the few minutes that we have left, Tevin, with the volunteerism piece. Obviously, go to movministry.com, click Give Here, give as you can. Today is a Giving Tuesday, and we beg of you. I know that, a lot of different charitable charities are asking for your donations this time of year, but let me tell you something, you get so much back. But from a volunteerism standpoint, I feel like you get so much back in that way too. What are different things that people can do from a volunteerism standpoint, and what's the process like? If someone called and talked to you, Tevin, how would you walk them through the process?
Absolutely. No, thank you for that opportunity, because that's Miles Oakley and I he works with me. There's two of us that love to meet people and just share the story. Here's what Men of Valor, here's what we've got going on, here's ways you can serve, and there really are a lot of ways. There's one-to-one mentorship is probably our biggest need, that you could choose to walk with a guy, and we have training, online training that walks people through that. There's teachers, there's encouragers, there's an opportunity to host a graduation ceremony where a church group can come in and love on our men, serve them food, and we do once a month. It's a huge celebration, cap and gown and the whole deal of like, let's celebrate this guy, because many times it's the first time they've graduated from something. And so
if you're an elder at a church or deacon or pastor or whatnot, and you're not familiar, you need to contact and you're going to reach out, right?
Exactly. The same website you've been given, movministry.com, there's a tab there of Get Involved, and that'll come to me, and myself and my team will follow up and just tell you. We'd love to, if it's as simple as sending you an email with our most recent podcast so you can hear one of these guys' stories, to, as you mentioned earlier, to bridge that gap of, taking away the feel of, boy, these guys are all Jack the Ripper and I can't get involved in that. This is horrible. Well, these are lives that can be redeemed, and we want to allow people to at least see it and begin to think, how might I play a role? And let me just tell you this one statement I heard Saturday night, had dinner with a volunteer, and he said to me, Men of Valor has dramatically changed my life. I came in there as a volunteer to serve, and my life has exponentially gotten better. Month after month after month, as I show up there, my life is so much better. I'm a better father. I'm a better grandfather. I'm a better friend. My life is better because of my involvement with you guys. And I hear that over and over and over again for 20 years now. Because what happens is people step into something with a heart to serve and give back, and God in his supernatural, mysterious way begins to work in your heart. When you give, he begins to work in your heart, and you're changed.
Well, that's right. It's when giving becomes a selfish act. It's the way that I always say it, that giving is such a selfish act because you receive so much more back in your heart when you see the lives that can be changed and impacted either through your monetary contributions or through your volunteerism. Amen. I say it, Tevin, that I understand why we focus on, there are bad people in the world. There are people that their hearts are filled with evil, or hearts are filled with with meanness or badness, and I get that. I understand that, and I don't pretend that we have the ability to save everybody. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try. But there are a lot of people in the prison system, a lot of people that have committed crimes against society that I don't believe they are bad people. They have just been buried under bad things. They are suffocating. It's like I think about it like being literally buried, that they have so much on top of them that they can't breathe. And if they just get a moment of breath, and I think Men of Valor provides that, just a moment, an opportunity to breathe, then it can lead truly to salvation. Yeah,
we want to be a light in the darkness. Somebody's lived a dark life and has never had a vision of what a real life is. And what Jesus Christ, when he was on this earth, he said, I want you to have the abundant life. And so someone that's lived in darkness their entire life through parents that battled addiction, through abuse, neglect, a lack of vision, a lack of training, a lack of equipping, a lack of belief, encouragement, truth of who God is and how he really feels about you, and the fact that the Bible, this is one verse, I won't preach at you, but I want to give you one verse that we love around here. It's Ephesians 2:10 says, for we are God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. So there's something that we're all put on this earth for. You were put on this earth. You got a certain set of gifts and talents and abilities. You use them. Praise God. I told you earlier, I love your show.
Well,
I love listening to you. And you have a voice that's important. And that's one of the things we teach our guys here is listen to good people, listen to wise people, learn from them. But we all have gifts and talents and abilities. And for Men of Valor, we want to be a light that goes into a dark place and says, let us help you understand what your gifts and talents and abilities are, what God created you to do. You might have used those for evil in the past. You might have used your gift of gab to con people and manipulate people. Let's turn that around and use it for good, to use it to help people, serve people, love people, help people become better. And so we see our men doing that. They're becoming givers to the community rather than takers.
Tevin's a smart guy. He looked at me and said, "You might be using your voice to con people." No, I'm just kidding. I was like, "Hey, oh man,
these guys out here were saying about it.
I've been following me around." Tevin, thank you so much for everything you do with the discipleship program. I encourage people to volunteer if they can, give it if they can, and it's just a great way to crank up the day.
It's a joy to be with you. We're thrilled to have you on campus. Don't be a stranger. Come on out, and we'd love for your listeners to come and have a tour. Just see this place. It's really incredible.
Listen, if you don't come out before, there's a big ribbon cutting ceremony that's happening. First quarter, spring, somewhere around in the spring. We'll have more firm dates for you, but the Workforce Development and Ministry Center is going to open up, and I feel like it's going to be a game changer. I feel it in my heart. It's just going to elevate everything that's happening on campus. We are at Valor Ridge. MOVministry.com is the website. We invite you to be a part of our Giving Tuesday. Click the Give Here button. We'll continue the conversation coming up in a moment. It's 25 after the hour. You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy. Grace Point Healthcare is affordable, convenient, and comprehensive medicine delivered in a direct pay format. And I tell people all the time why this is important, because your doctor-patient relationship should be, well, between you and your doctor, right? You should not allow pharmaceutical companies or insurance companies to intervene and direct the doctor to do something different than he believes is best practice for you, which is why Grace Point Healthcare is here. Secondarily, it's cold and flu season, right? And if you got a cold or you've got the flu and you call your doctor, the last thing you want to hear is, "Oh, okay, we can get you in 2 weeks from now." No, they don't do that at Grace Point Healthcare. They don't believe in it. They'll even do house calls if you're too sick to leave the house. But they'll schedule an appointment, even first-time appointments, same day or next day at Grace Point Healthcare. The Smart Care Plan offers you an opportunity to pay in advance. So you pay $99 a month and you have unlimited office visits throughout the course of the year. It's $79 for youngsters. Ask about the Smart Care Plan, which you can pay through your HSA at Grace Point Healthcare. 599-6868, 599-6868. Grace Point Healthcare. Modern medicine delivered the old-fashioned way. I can't hear anything from the station. Oh. Hey, friends, Matt Murphy for Genesis Diamonds. We're a little confused here at the Men of Valor campus. We got it now. Genesis Diamonds has some incredible opportunities for you folks for the holiday season, and I want to tell you all about them. Listen up. At December at Genesis, you can get the holiday jewelry that she wants for 0% down and no interest for 5 years on approved credit. So that means that you can go big without going broke and breaking the bank. Pick any item, spread your payments over 5 years at zero interest. So let's say you want a home run gift that she's going to be talking about for the next, 20 years. $6,000 ring. That's $100 a month. Just do the math. Everything's affordable. Just divide by 60, and you'll get the payments that you will make. Genesis also has non-commissioned experts, so they're not trying to upsell you. Whatever your budget is, they can find you the right thing for you. From a few $100 to a few $1,000, they've got it. Elegant pendants, eternity bands, wedding bands, an incredible selection of diamond classic jewelry, all at Genesis Diamonds for the holidays. And something new for 2025, the Genesis Diamonds half-price holiday vault, a select group of showcases featuring expertly curated Christmas gifts that Genesis is offering at half price. That's 50% off. So check it out, Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs, that place for that spectacular holiday gift only at Genesis Diamonds.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and another traffic update here in 5 minutes. It's election day for parts of Middle Tennessee. Cold weather that dropped some rain, snow, and some sleet on parts of the 7th Congressional District. Not a factor, according to Secretary of State Trey Hargett's office, which says voter interest and turnout so far is strong. Meanwhile, there's been some confusion in Davidson County where some voters are mistaking Metro Council District 7 with Congressional District 7. Elections Administrator Jeff Roberts tells Channel 4.
I'm in Congressional District 5, so I can't vote in this election either, even though I'm the Administrator of Elections. If you're along the borders there, Gallatin Road, Charlotte Pike, you really need to check that app to make sure you're not right there on the line.
Yeah, that app is govotetn.gov. Just fill in your address to find out. In our nation's capital, at a news conference today, House Speaker Mike Johnson said Republicans are planning to talk about those expiring tax subsidies for Obamacare next week.
We're pulling those ideas together, and there will be a Republican response to this, okay? So I can't project in advance what that will be, because I don't know what the consensus is in that room. But you will see our sleeves rolled up and that work being done in earnest this week as we bring all that together.
And today is Giving Tuesday, where people are encouraged to give back to their favorite charities. But federal officials with the Federal Trade Commission warned it's also a day for scammers to take advantage of those who think they are donating to a good cause. More from ABC's Elizabeth Schulze with some tips to protect your money and ensure it's going to the right place.
Double check the charity's website link. A lot of those will end in .org. At the bottom of the page, it will say that it is a registered nonprofit. The FTC says that the safest way to make a donation is with a credit card or check. If someone's asking you for cryptocurrency, wire transfer, or gift card, it is probably a scam.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Lebanon, we have picked up a crash blocking the right lane, 840 eastbound there at Central Pike. In Berry Hill, a crash 440 westbound right before I-65. And if you're eastbound 24, it is complete stop and go from 440. I'm Ken Weaver.
It's Matt Murphy. You know, a lot of people are very confused about what to do with their insurance. If they're in Obamacare and they're noticing that their deductibles or their, things are doubling, some of the premiums are going up. I mean, for 2026, in some cases, tripling with Obamacare, sky-high deductibles. What do you do? Well, you don't have to play by Washington, D.C.'s rules anymore. You can actually call Cover Nash. Shane Ring is my go-to healthcare concierge. That's the way I refer to him. That's a fancy way of saying he knows all of the healthcare plans. He has them at his fingertips. He does not work for a singular healthcare company. He works for you, which is, kind of flipping the script, right? So if you have someone directing you to a particular company's product, then they're not shopping the entire market. Shane Ring shops the entire market to make sure that he finds the right program and policies for you that gives you the coverage that you want at the price that you're looking for. So if you're self-employed, uninsured, or just tired of paying too much, call 615-465-0023, 465-0023, or online at covernash.com. That's covernash.com. Cover Nash. Real health coverage on your terms, not on the terms of the government. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 38 minutes after 3 o'clock. My name is Matt Murphy. This, conveniently, is the Matt Murphy Radio Show. It is a Giving Tuesday. We are at the Men of Valor Valor Ridge campus here in beautiful Antioch, Tennessee. And obviously, we're asking you to go to movministry.com, click on the Give Here button, and give as you can. I should note your gift can make an eternal difference, not just a difference in this life, but in eternity. $250 supports a week of vocational and life skills training. $500 can help provide discipleship materials for one man in the program. $750 can fund housing and reentry support for a newly released participant. I know that there's a lot of ways that you give during the holidays. I beg of you just to make Men of Valor a part of that, a giving spirit and a part of the giving season. I consider what we do today to be kind of opening up the Christmas season in the proper fashion, reminding ourselves why we celebrate, why the holiday exists. Obviously, I want you to have fun with family and friends and go to the holiday parties and eat too much and drink too much or whatever. But I want you to remember, obviously, the reason for the season. Now, we have not forgotten that we have an election going on, and that's happening as we speak. People remain at the polls. You can tell us how it's going on the Super Text line, 615-737-9986. The big 7th Congressional District race ongoing between Matt Van Epps, Afton Bain, and a few also ran independent candidates, no disrespect to them. And obviously we're covering all of that for you throughout the course of the day as well. Right now we welcome to the show Mark Hodge, who is the reentry manager here at Valor Ridge, and it's good to speak with Mark again. It feels like it's been a year, Mark.
Seems like it has been a year, man. Hey, man, I'm so grateful for you. We could not do what we do without people like you that support us, advocates, people in the community all around Nashville, all around the state of Tennessee. Y'all are such a blessing to us, and we need the prayer, we need the support, and y'all just give it. You're plowing into the kingdom, and it's beautiful.
Well, this is, I don't pretend to be there, but y'all are on the front lines, right? Y'all are where God wants us to be, and that is between a man and damnation and offering a man salvation as opposed to damnation, and that's ultimately what it's all about. But you also offer opportunities for people to support those who are looking to become givers, who are looking for a better way. It takes that heart. I think it takes these prisoners opening up their hearts. But when they do, even when they do, oftentimes there's peril all along the way. Mm-hmm. And part of the importance of where we're sitting today on Valor Ridge is to help men who are getting out of the prison system, who want that better way of life, to figure it out in a fashion that is going to benefit them in the long term. Talk to me about Valor Ridge.
Man, that's so good. Yeah, so the men who are most successful in our program are the men who are coming out broken, right? They've been through this life. They've sat in the shame. They've tried to tighten up their bootstraps and get it together, and they just can't get it together. So they're in and out of incarceration. And here they are. They come here. They're finally at wit's end, and they're going, I need help. I'm broken. I need something new, and I don't even know if it's the Lord, but I know what you're about. I know you're Christ-centered, and I'm coming seeking. I'm willing, and I'm open. So to come with an open heart. So what we are is we're taking men directly out of incarceration. We're taking men directly out of prison, out of jail. When they come out, we're the first ones they meet. We're picking them up at the jails and the prisons, whether that be 12 in the morning, 2 in the morning. We're bringing them to our campus. We're giving them bedding. We're giving them clothing. We're giving them to Walmart. We're giving them $100 gift cards to Walmart. We're giving them $50 to Thrift Smart. All the toiletries. And ultimately, this might be the first time they're coming up to a campus. They're being welcomed open arms. Scripture says to welcome one another as Christ Jesus has welcomed you to the glory of God. So we cannot give what we have not received. So what we are giving to these men is the love that we've received from Christ ourselves.
Yeah, no doubt. Why is the campus such an integral part of the transition?
Well, as I just mentioned, some of these jails and prisons, they're letting out at 12 at midnight. They're letting out at 2 a.m.
And where do they go?
Exactly. That's the point. Where did they go? Most of these men are coming out. They have broken homes, broken families, and obviously there's consequences to their actions. But these relationships are destroyed. They have no money. Most men come out with $0 to their name. So at that point, where do you think they're going to go? They're going to go back to everything they've ever known.
Right.
So for Men of Valor to step in and say, hey, we are going to give you a ride to our campus. We're going to give you a soft bed to lay your head down on. We're going to surround you with support. We're going to be for you what maybe you've never had. We have men come in our first 30 days and they say, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, however long they've been living. They said, I've never in my life experienced love. And I've never experienced love like I've experienced here. And they wait and they wait and they wait for the rug to be pulled out from underneath them. But the fact of the matter is it won't be. Because we're coming up here from those springs of living water that comes through Christ. We're coming up here in the power of the Spirit to say, hey, we want to represent Christ to you. You've been in darkness. We've been in darkness. Scripture says there's no one righteous. All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Which means that we've all been there. Yeah, we have not all been incarcerated. incarcerated. So I know you just finished up with Tevin. So a lot of volunteers will say, well, I can't relate to these men. Yes, you can. You've come from the seed of Adam. You were broken. You were in darkness. And if you have come to know Christ and you have been brought into light, and Scripture says where the Spirit of the Lord is, there's freedom. So we need you to come in and love these men well. Sometimes it's just as simple as presence, right? You don't have to know all of the Scripture. You don't have to be a pastor. You don't have to have it all together yourself, because if we're honest with ourselves, nobody has it all together.
Right.
We just need you to be an active influence into the lives of these men. And I come up here at camps. I can't believe that God uses a schmuck like me to just love on these men well, but he saw fit to, and it's my privilege to do it every day.
How long has the campus been here?
So we've been here since I think 2017 about, and yeah. So I
was it
2018,
always Carl's vision to have something like this?
Yeah. And unfortunately, I never got to meet Carl. Yeah. And I know Tevin said, a lot of volunteers come up here. And I came up here as a volunteer about 5 years ago. Yeah. Came as a volunteer, had no idea what I was getting into, nervous, scared, shaking. These guys are intimidating, right? And at that time, I'm a personal trainer.
Look at Tevin.
He's a beast.
Mr. Intimidation.
But I walked into a room, 3 or 4 formerly incarcerated men, and just hugged me. And I said, what just happened?
Right.
What is this room about? What is this place about? So I just keep coming in week after week after week. And at that point, I'm finishing up my MDiv in Christian leadership and church ministry. And I'm going, Lord, what do you have for me? And he just made it so clear. And I had advocates like Tevin Peterson and other on this team that say, hey, position opened up. We want you here. And I said, I want to be there. And it didn't matter anymore. I've tried the money thing. I've pursued the wealth. I've pursued the women. I've pursued all these things. And I ended up empty and miserable. Just where a lot of these guys get to. So I understand brokenness. I understand just being empty and not knowing where to turn. So, God has utilized my testimony in order to be able to empathize.
So for those not familiar with the campus and what services it provides, just walk people through why it's important, how many beds you have here, how what type of length of stay we're talking about, that sort of thing.
Yeah, let me just roll you through quick with the program. So when they get here, the first 30 days is Gospel Center program. Now what is involved with that is counseling. What is involved with that is nutrition, financial advice, job readiness. The first 30 days, they're restricted to campus. They're just here. On day 31, we equip them with a job. We have wonderful job partners. So on day 31, they're going to work. When they're coming back, they're doing 2 classes in the evening. It's either Who is Jesus or Better Man, or Recovery is another one. And then so ultimately our aim is to keep them here for a year.
Right.
And so as they're going throughout, they're journaling 5 days a week straight from the Scriptures. And so, yeah, it's
I should note, I don't mean to interrupt you, but they don't have to stay.
No.
These are men who recognize their brokenness, recognize that there has to be a better way, and recognize that. But you have to you set up these rules, right? You set up the rules because you understand what's going to create a successful atmosphere and what's going to direct. Like for example, the 30-day thing. It's like, look, that's a vital time for men who, even if their hearts are in the right place and they want their minds in the right place, boy, that's to fall back into bad habits, to fall back into bad ways is so easy to do. Yeah. Get that 30 days behind them, you can set them on the right course.
Yeah. Well, I stole this from my church, and they say gospel plus safety plus time. We give them the good news of the gospel. We give them a safe place to come. This environment, the staff is very clear. We are going to keep this as safe as we can, drug-free, and we're going to give them the time to grow. And a year is not enough. But so we have 93 beds. We're a 1-year-long program, and ultimately we're giving the men an opportunity. We can't do the work for them, but we're giving you an opportunity to get your life back on track.
And it's my understanding that, by the time, and I've spoken over the years, by the time that year's up, a lot of times these men, they've saved money so they can get an automobile. They've saved money so they have a great down payment on an apartment, and they have several months in reserve. I mean, they've done those financial things necessary, those real world things necessary to set themselves up, so that it's a trampoline to a better life.
And the wonderful thing is, once a man graduates after a year, we don't kick him out. We say, hey, stay as long as you need to stay.
Yeah.
As long as you're an asset on campus. Hey, reach back and help a new man. Share with them the testimony. Share the struggles, because you said there's temptations when we leave here.
Right.
So share how you went through that. How did you work through that? And what does it take to get to a year? I wish I could say that every man completed a year, but that's not reality. That's not life. And the fact of the matter is that we have a adversary. We have Satan against us. And he hates this place. He hates everything about what we're doing up here. So he is going to tempt through drugs, through women, through money, you name it, and we've seen it. And unfortunately, some men fall. But the beauty of Men of Valor is we have grace. We understand grace. Early on, I was so grace-filled, but God came in. He said, yeah, but grace is not the absence of consequences. It's the absence of condemnation. And I came to know that. I say, okay, so we have to find the balance between what is justice and what is grace. So we are structured. We have guidelines. We hold to them. Sometimes we have to be black and white, but ultimately, if a man has a setback and he's been faithful up to this point, we'll create a pathway for him to come back.
So you're looking obviously for, and we talked to Tevin about volunteerism, but you mentioned opportunities after 30 days to get a job.
Yeah.
I would think that requires job partners, and that requires partnerships with companies that are open in their hearts and in their minds to help.
We want companies who, of course, we want the company to be successful, and we believe the product that we're giving. We believe the men we're giving are hard workers. These are men that want to get back in the workforce. And so ultimately what we really want is, yes, we want to help you with your company, but we want you to care about our men the way that we care about them. Mm-hmm. We want you to, if you see a man struggling, we want you to call us up, because you can counsel him or you can lead him, and then we can. So they're getting hit on both ends. So we're saying, hey, you matter more to us than just an employee. We care about your future. We care about your life. So those are ultimately the employment partners that we're looking for, and we're always looking. That is a deep need. We're in Antioch. We look to stay around 15, 20 miles from here. Logistically, we have to be wise about it. But I tell you, we have seen companies turn around. We have Waste Management. They said, hey, we'll try you guys. We'll bring in 1 or 2 men. Mm-hmm. They now had hired over 20 men. And at one point, we were working their whole factory. Unfortunately, they had a recent fire where we had to make some arrangements and make some changes. But just that's what happens when they come in and they see a man that, this man is now working to the glory of God. Mm-hmm. It's not simply about the money. He takes pride in his work. So we know that's what we give to our employment partners. So it's not a one-way deal. It's a transaction. It's, hey, we're giving you men that we believe in. We're giving you men that are here and on the right track and want to be givers and not takers, right? And what you're giving to us is opportunities.
Mark, it occurs to, have you, when you're sitting down talking to a potential job partner, you've got to wait for that moment that they're ready to take that. I would imagine if a business has never done it, it takes a little bit of a leap of faith.
It's scary.
Right?
The first thought of a man in incarceration is, what? It's intimidating, right? It's fearful. And what have these guys done? But in actuality, the men we're working with, they have done some bad things. They have made some poor choices. But in actuality, when you come and sit down with them and you hear their stories and you hear the backgrounds of abuse and manipulation and drug use and fathers who have been incarcerated, mothers who have been incarcerated, and broken homes, and you go, oh my gosh, how could we expect anything else from you? So again, that's not an excuse. We make sure our men hold themselves accountable for everything that they've done. But also we seek to leave it in the past and say, hey, let's step forward into something new. So of course, is it intimidating for an employment partner? Of course, but I would say that the reward is worth the risk.
Mark, thank you so much for everything that you guys do here on campus at Valor Ridge. People can tour the campus, right? Can
please. Please. Yeah, anytime. Call me up, call Tevin up. And we love to give tours, because I think you can't really understand what we're doing. You can't understand what God has done on this campus until you step foot on this ridge. There's something new about this. We believe that this is holy ground. There's something holy that you feel God's presence up here. And it's not
What do we call them? We call them bunk houses. We call them dormitories. What do we call them?
We have duplexes up top, and that's
Right.
the first 6 months in townhomes.
Right. So the duplexes, they're what? There's multiple men within the duplex, right?
Correct. So each duplex can house 15 men. There's 2 men to a room, 2 bathrooms on each floor. Each men they share.
I love the way you guys do it. You're right. So the 2 guys get a fridge or get some space in the fridge, right?
Yeah.
So that they have their own space,
Yeah.
their own things, right? And then once they graduate from those, they get to the townhouses.
That's right. And inside those duplexes, we have tenured students who want to serve the community that are our eyes and ears when we're not on campus. We can't be here all the time, but we have men that we trust to say, hey, I want to serve. I want to give back for what Men of Valor is doing to me. We say, great, hop into one of these houses. And then, yes, townhome. So our curfew is 8:30 in the duplex, townhome 10 p.m. It opens up. At that point, you can have a vehicle on campus. So we just slow roll you back into society.
Into life.
That's
I love it. I love it. Mark Hodge with us. He is the reentry manager here on campus at Valor Ridge. Thank you so much, Mark.
Man, thank you so much.
We appreciate you.
Grateful for you.
54 after the hour. Real quick timeout. We'll be back in a moment. We'll reset on the 7th Congressional District race and continue here from Valor Ridge at Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Giving Tuesday with Men of Valor. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy for USS, United Structural Systems. When USS comes out to your house, you get a problem solver, right? So let's say, you've noticed maybe the telltale signs. We call them the telltale signs. Let me explain what that means. Doors sticking, windows sticking, maybe a moldy or mildewy smell coming out of your basement or your crawl space. These are signs that you might have an issue with foundation or an issue with waterproofing, and those two things go hand in hand. If that is the case, get a problem solver at USS to come out to your home. They don't try to upsell you on anything. It's not what they do. They just believe in keeping your home stable and dry and fixing what ails your home on the front end so you don't have to pay a tremendous amount on the back end. That's what it's all about. USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855 for our friends at USS.
4 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Voting continues in Tennessee's 7th Congressional District. The weather, not a factor, according to Secretary of State Trey Hargett's office, which says voter interest and turnout so far is strong. Some of us got a little rain, snow, and sleet mix overnight. The district skews heavily conservative. A Democrat hasn't held that seat for more than 40 years. U.S. Supreme Court hearing arguments regarding a request from a state government to investigate donors for an anti-abortion group. Here's ABC's Devin Dwyer.
During oral arguments Tuesday, the Supreme Court appeared likely to rule in favor of an anti-abortion pregnancy center in New Jersey seeking to challenge in federal court a state subpoena for donor information. The group First Choice Women's Resource Center says that subpoena from Democratic Attorney General Matthew Platkin has the effect of chilling the First Amendment right of association. Platkin says his request, part of a probe into suspected false advertising and donor deception, is not yet enforceable and could hardly be seen as inflicting any harm.
The Afghan suspect accused of fatally shooting a National Guard member and wounding another in D.C. has entered a not guilty plea. Ramanullah Lakanwal will remain jailed without bond per a judge's order. Prosecutors say he shouted Allahu Akbar and opened fire with a revolver before being shot while reloading. President Trump has announced a new savings program called Trump Accounts for Kids. Every child born between 2025 and 2028 will get $1,000, get $1,000, that is, from the U.S. Treasury to start their account.
Fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign, Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18 and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old.
Yeah, families can add up to $5,000 a year. Employers can contribute too. The goal is to help children build wealth for education, a first home, or starting a business. San Francisco is suing some of the largest food manufacturers in the world, alleging their ultra-processed foods have led to Americans becoming unhealthy, with U.S. cities shouldering the burden. ABC's Alex Stone reports.
With a table next to them full of products Americans eat every day, some marketed as healthy, like strawberry Cheerios, Nutri-Grain bars, Wheat Thins, Hot Pockets, and Kraft Mayo, San Francisco City Attorney David Chu announcing the city is suing some of the largest food manufacturers for allegedly spending decades knowingly creating highly addictive, unhealthy foods, alleging they use chemicals and a model designed by the tobacco industry to get Americans addicted.
Ultra-processed foods have created an enormous public health crisis.
He claims they've led to diseases like type 2 diabetes, depression, and cancer. Alex Stone, EBC News.
That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Lebanon, I-840 eastbound is closed at Central Pike due to a crash. Highway Patrol is there on the scene. They're diverting at Central Pike and then heading north on Highway 109. Kingston Springs in Cheatham County got road work blocking the right lane. 40 eastbound there at Kingston Springs, Ashland City, exit 188. And then in Hermitage, injury crash, Lebanon Pike at Jackson Downs Boulevard. Eastbound 440 is complete stop and go between 65 over to 24. I'm Ken Weaver.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. Hour number 2 of the Matt Murphy Radio Show on this episode 934. Feels just like yesterday. We are excited to be on campus at Valor Ridge for the Men of Valor Giving Tuesday event. We've done this for several years. Absolutely excited about it. We focus in on the wonderful ministry that is Men of Valor, the good that it does for the state of Tennessee and beyond. And we beg of you to contribute, to give as you can, to volunteer if you will. Go to movministry.com and click on the Give Here button. That's movministry.com. Click on Give Here. There's many different ways to give, different price points depending on your budget, depending on what you have to give during the holiday season. We appreciate anything that you can possibly give. And we appreciate Men of Valor allowing us to come out today to focus in on the good that they do. We do not lose sight of some of the news of the day. Obviously, there's an election going on. You're probably familiar with that. We've talked about it, it seems, ad nauseum over the last several months, and it all culminates at 7 o'clock today. At the end of this hour, we will speak to the Secretary of State, Trey Hargett, to see if he has any do's and don'ts for last-minute voters. I'm getting a lot of people hitting me up on the super text line, 615-737-9986, offering me some I voted stickers. They know how much I love those. By the way, if you don't know, I hate I voted stickers, but that's a long story that I won't get into now. But people love sending me their I voted stickers because they know that every year I decline. Every time I vote, I decline the I voted sticker, and I only do it because the people at the voting booth don't know how to handle it. They freak out. They don't know what to do. But I have a sticker for you. And I'm like, well, I don't want a sticker. And they were like, well, you voted. You have to have a sticker. And I'm like, I do not have to have a sticker. And I'll show you because I'm going to walk out. And they're like, well, what do I do with this sticker? And I was like, give it to the next guy. So that's the I voted sticker story. So we will continue to update you on that. Trey Hargett at the end of the hour. And Matt Van Epps will be on with us next hour for a few moments as well. Right now we are pleased to welcome to the program Darlene Pendleton, who is a reentry minister and a financial specialist here at the Men of Valor campus, the Valor Ridge campus. And it's a wonderful opportunity to get your testimony and to speak with you. Miss Darlene, thank you for being on with us.
Thank you for having me.
How long have you been a part of Men of Valor?
About 20 years.
Okay. What do you do here?
I'm a financial specialist now.
Okay. What does that mean?
So we have program fees where once the resident comes here from prison, we just actually, they pay for things for them to live here, which, when they get out of prison, they don't have anything.
Right.
So they do go to work, so we're teaching them to be accountable, and we're teaching them to reenter society, knowing that you got to pay some type of funds to do your daily living. Mm-hmm. So the program fees are for the next brother that comes. So it's not actually them. Theirs already done. It's for somebody coming behind them.
They're kind of paying it forward.
Yes, and that's what I try to tell them, that you're paying it forward. Men of Valor is here to help you, set you straight in your life, and it's a reentry program that I think that everybody that get out of prison should have before they enter society. Mm-hmm. And so at Men of Valor, we give a man a head, and I always say you give him a head up. So
Sure.
That's what I do to make sure we get them a bank account. We have a partner with Coin Bank account that partners with Men of Valor to make sure, guys don't have any problems with getting a bank account. So we open up an account. The employer, we give them direct deposit slips, and they don't have to do anything. It's just like they pay their bills, and that's it. They don't have anything else to do.
And I'm guessing here, but I would guess that some of the folks that you sit down with to help with their, they've never dealt with a checking account in their life. They've never really had an opportunity to understand money.
No, most of them.
Is that fair? Or?
Yeah, that's fair. Most of them were like either drug dealers or drug users, didn't have a bank account. They dealt with cash only.
Right.
So therefore, I've met several that didn't even know how to go in a bank to talk to someone. And so we have taken them some into the bank so they can actually see how the transaction goes. And the majority of them, they used to, Cash App or Chime or something like that, but not actually to have a financial institute that's backing them.
Right. So what by the way, Darlene, you must have been an Employee of the Year at some point to get that snazzy jacket. That is a fine looking jacket that you've got on.
I'll probably get that in a couple of weeks since you said it.
What led you? was it something that, I mean, I think I know a little bit about your backstory, and I want to bring it up if you want to talk about it. But was it your background and your past history that led you to Men of Valor?
Yes. Probably about 20 years ago, I was a warden secretary. And
A warden secretary?
Yes, I was a warden secretary.
Okay, all right.
And so when
Where was that at?
That was at Metro Davidson County.
Okay.
So I was a CCA Metro Davidson County, and I was a warden secretary. And Carl Carlson, which is over Men of Valor, and Kirk Campbell came to do, I guess, talk to the warden about coming into the prisons. And so, being the warden secretary, I would be sitting in there doing the minutes, however. And so I heard them talk about Men of Valor and what they were doing. So at the time, nobody never knew about me. And so tears just rolled down my eyes because there's somebody thinking about a person when they get out of prison. They're trying to reach somebody while they're in prison. And that just moved me. And I just wanted to support. I just wanted to be a part. And they were trying to get, the location is not here, but it's another location they were trying to get after they got in the program in CCA. It was called Jericho. And they were helping guys get out of prison. And I thought that was amazing. And, the word of God was getting into the prison because that's how I got the word of God. Somebody came into the prison. The word came to prison. And that's how I was able to live the life that I live now because somebody came into the prison. That's what Men of Valor does.
So you were in the prison system?
Yes.
Tell me why.
It's a long time now, but I was 18 years old, and I was going to prison for a murder charge. And on the day that I was supposed to be sentenced to the electric chair, the judge had a heart attack. Prior to that, I never lived a life of Christianity. My grandmother was a Christian, saved, and I was just a party girl and having a good time in my teenage life.
Right. So what you just said kind of is mind-blowing. You were about to be charged with murder and sentenced to death.
Yes.
You were going to death row.
Yes. The judge, the sentence that I had at the court, and because of who the judge was, and my grandmother, was a lot of logistics behind that, but he bound me over from these electric chair, bound me over to the grand jury to life to the electric chair. And then he hit the gravel, and that was it. And then after that, probably 6 months or maybe 6 months later, he had a heart attack the day that I was supposed to be going to be sentenced to the electric chair. He had a heart attack, and got out of his courtroom, and it was placed into another judge's courtroom, which thought because I was a first offender, I was young, that was too harsh of a crime. So maybe 20 to life that I was going to probably get. And while I was sitting there, a law changed that my case, they dropped it down to a manslaughter charge. And so they said I would be able to do like 15 years. So the law changed where I can get 15 split 3. So this was in the state of Alabama.
Whereabouts in Alabama?
In Birmingham.
I was in Birmingham for a long time. So, I mean, it's hard for me to believe, Darlene, that the woman that I'm sitting in front of was involved in an activity that led to her facing the death penalty. I mean, it feels like that was a different person, a different life. Do you feel that way?
I do. That was a different person in a different life because, behold, all things become new. So now I'm not the person that I was then. And as Christ says, while I was yet a sinner, Christ died. So I was just like the men on the cross. But instead, God took that way from me and gave me a new life. And so when I went to prison, I didn't know the Lord, didn't know anything about him. That's why I think it's important for people to know that when we were naked and when we were naked and God clothed us, or, the scripture tells us that when he was in prison, he said, how were you in prison? Because if you did it to the least one of mine, you done it to me. So it's important for people to know that you have to help those that are incarcerated, because even Christ said that. And so that's how I was so moved by Men of Valor. Mm-hmm. When I got out of prison, I did 3 years. There was no type of program. I had to rehabilitate just on my own with the Lord. But Men of Valor helped these guys, give them a up. And I feel like, if I only had that, there's just no telling where I would have been. I mean, I'm okay now, but my husband and I got a job working for Core Civic. And when I got to, it was CCA then, I became a counselor. And we started counseling young ladies and helping them off of getting off of drugs that came to prison. And then that program was another program called Lifeline at that time. And so the Lord started blessing me to be able to get other jobs. So I worked for CCA for all those years, but I never told my story, never talked about it. And God said that he will hide me, and he did. But he rehabilitated me while I was working in the prison system. So I was able to get jobs where they said felons would never get a job. My background never came up.
Wow. Are you comfortable so many years later talking about it now?
I have held this for 20, almost 30 years because at one time I was ashamed or embarrassed, and I'm still shameful about it, but I speak it now because this shows the grace of God and what God told me when I was in prison. He said that you're going to be my witness that I am God. You're going to witness to others. They're going to believe and know me, that I change lives. And I don't want no residue. And what that means is that when you get transformed, it should not be a trace. You shouldn't still see the person that I once was before. You should see the new creature in Christ. And that's what we do at Men of Valor. We don't want you to see the person that was locked up. We want to show the person that has been transformed. And how we are transformed is by the renewing of our mind. I didn't know the things that I did were wrong. And some of these guys, they don't know that the things that they're doing were wrong. God allowed me to work in the prison system. You know, I often joke, I didn't get away. He just allowed me to work in the prison system. And when I worked in the prison system, I was giving back. I was giving back what God gave to me. So I worked as a counselor, a warden secretary, education secretary. I worked as a jobs coordinator. I even worked for the federal government. God opened all those doors because I was a new creature in Christ. And I've always wanted to give back. So that's why I always came to whatever Men of Valor had to support, to give back, because it was important to me to see another man or woman like me transformed to a new life.
That's just an incredible testimony that you're offering. I wonder, you mentioned right as we sat down, because I asked, when I meet someone and I know that I'm going to be asking them about these emotional, intimate moments of their past, I asked you if you were comfortable talking about it, and you mentioned the word forgiveness, and you talked about the family that you had impacted so many years ago, and that you had been forgiven by them.
Yes.
Talk to me about that.
Well, in the courtroom, I think it really hit me that I'm getting ready to go
Can
to
I ask
prison.
you what happened?
Well, it was two other young ladies with me, so I wasn't the only young lady. We were all young, 16. The other girl was 17, and I was about to turn 18, so I was 18. And we were out partying at a club. And originally, we went to go to the club, and what we did was we would clip men and get men for money.
Right.
And so I'm still collecting money. I was laughing at that. And so, and I would always tell them,
That's funny.
Our names was Calm, Cool, and I'm Collective. I collect money.
Right.
So I was trying to teach these young ladies how to get what we call a trick, or get a man and get their money.
Right.
Okay. And so that's what we were out doing. But this particular person, the victim, he didn't want to give up his money. Of course not.
Right.
And so before I got there, my boyfriend had already gave me a gun or whatever. And so as we were getting ready to get in his car to go, he did not want to go. So I started shooting. And so when I started shooting, the amount of bullets that went, it didn't determine. He got back in his car, but he drove and he hit a tree. So they couldn't determine whether or not the gunshot wounds or the tree.
The tree killed
So
him.
that's how I was able to get from the electric chair to a manslaughter charge because of that. And
that feels like a God thing.
it was a God thing because my grandmother, she was praying. Somebody on the outside praying for me. And that's what it means to her, that when about somebody else praying for you. You can't pray for yourself, so somebody else standing in the gap. And that's why we need other people that are not in that world to stand in the gap for us, because I didn't know Christ. I didn't know anything about it. I grew up in the church, but I didn't know him as my personal savior like I know now. Mm-hmm. And if I hadn't have gone to prison, I probably would have never known about him. But I think that God changed my life. He stopped whatever I was about to get into because he had a better work for me to do. And this was the better work that he wanted to do. And when I was in prison, they would tell us about jobs to do. And they said, you'll never have this kind of job. You'll never do this. And then I was like, God, how can I live for you if I can't have these type of jobs? And I would see all my friends graduating from high school. They had all these nice, prominent jobs. And I was like, I'm crazy. I'm going to go and apply for some of these jobs. And I did. I went to do insurance. I learned how to type when I was in school. So a lot of my skills I took in prison, I learned. And then I went back to school when I got out of prison. They said I never type. I can type. Because of my deformative hand, a lot of things happen for me. I think that God did with my fingerprints and a lot of things like that. So every time they would fingerprint, my fingerprints come up different. So I don't know.
I didn't notice your hand.
Nobody never noticed it until I say something.
I didn't notice your hand.
So nobody never noticed it. It was like all my life, nobody never really knows, because my grandmother taught me to not let anything stop you from doing that you need to be doing in your life. And so all my life, I just kept doing things that God wanted to do in my life.
What was it? After the trial and after all this happened, at what point? I mean, was there a moment that you remember where you're like, I've got to just hand it over to God?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I remember it was January 15, 1991.
Wow. Talk to me about that day.
And that was the day that I surrendered to the Lord. I repented of my sins. I didn't know what that was going to look like in prison, so I don't know, but the word came to me in prison. We had different types of people coming out, volunteers coming into the prison. That's why it's important to volunteer to work in the prison ministry, in the system, because you can be effective. You don't know who life and that
because
lady.
People like old Darlene
yes.
can hear you.
Yes.
And receive it.
Yes.
Right. And you give back to this day.
Yes.
Through Men of Valor.
The love. You get the love. Volunteers bring love. And that's what I needed, because that's the only thing missing when you're in that world. And so when I repented of my sins and I served my time, I got out of prison, that's all I wanted to do was live for God.
And you're doing it to this day.
To this day.
That's what a incredible testimony, Darlene. Thank you for
to
sharing
God be
it.
the glory.
I understand that that's a long time ago, and there's been a lot of life lived since then, but I certainly appreciate it, and I hope that people are hearing it and they understand the power of God's love and the ability that gives us to find redemption and to find forgiveness.
Yes, and it's going to be guys that's getting out of prison that have been serving 45 years. They won't have a clue when they get out how to live this life. And so places like Men of Valor will help a person rehabilitate into society.
Was it last year? Did we have was it Tommy? I can't remember his name. He had served like 47 years or something like that. Remember?
Swafford.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about? And I just can't imagine. I mean, it's for most of us who've never experienced it, I call it the Shawshank moment where someone is coming out of a system that they understand and going into a world that they don't recognize. And you are there for them to help guide them on campus along with others, to help provide those guideposts to help kind of help them understand what's going on in the world.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for spending some time with us. There's Darlene. That's just a wonderful, awesome testimony. It's 24 after the hour. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Give as you can. MOVministry.com. Click the Give Here button. We're doing this all day. It's Giving Tuesday on the Matt Murphy Show with Men of Valor on the campus of Valor Ridge on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy for Efficient Heating and Cooling. Cold enough for you? Huh? It's cold outside, isn't it? Well, if your heater's not working properly, you're probably cold inside, too. Well, I've got somebody to tell you to go to, and it's Jeff Eddy in Efficient Heating and Cooling. Jeff Eddy is the man with the plan when it comes to your heater. So now's the time. I've been telling you that it's time to get the winter maintenance done on your heater. And if you've not done that already, you can still do it. But if you find that it's not working properly, there's something going on, you need repair, or you need to address a breakdown, or perhaps you recognize that you need a new unit, call Jeff Eddy in Efficient Heating and Cooling. They're an elite pro partner with Rheem. They can provide you with the right unit for you and your family if it's time to replace, and they can fix what others won't or can't. 615-784-4424, 784-4424, or online at efficienthvac.net. That's efficienthvac.net.
4:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And it's Election Day in the 7th Congressional District. Voters choosing between a Republican, Democrat, and 4 people running as independents. The Secretary of State's office reporting strong interest in high turnout despite the cold and wintry weather in some parts of the district. Channel 4 spoke to one of those voters.
In this case, we actually flew back from somewhere we were for today to make it in just for this because I feel like it's a super important time in our country to get out and stop what's going on.
Luigi Mangione case. Lawyers trying to get more charges tossed out. ABC's Aaron Katursky with more on the officer who found Mangione at a Pennsylvania McDonald's days after the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Officer Joseph Detweiler from the Altoona Police Department is seen on his body-worn camera entering the McDonald's all decked out for Christmas with a wreath on the door next to the $5 meal deal advertisement, walking straight to the back where he encounters a male sitting against a white tiled wall accented with a gold tile stripe with a half-eaten sandwich and hash brown, asks his name, and according to police, Luigi Mangione gave a fake name, Mark Rosario, and produced a fake ID from New Jersey.
An Afghan national accused of killing a West Virginia National Guard member and injuring another is pleaded not guilty to murder, assault, and firearms charges. A D.C. judge ordering him held without bond. Court documents now say Ramanallah Lakwanal shouted Allahu Akbar while firing a revolver at guardsmen. San Francisco suing the nation's largest food manufacturers, claiming they are knowingly making mass-produced, chemical-filled foods that they claim are making Americans unhealthy. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
What's going on? Let me talk to you fellas in the audience. If you reach a certain age, odds are you're going to feel a little bit of an energy loss. You're going to feel like you don't want to go to the gym anymore. You don't want to do the work outside. And maybe, just maybe, gentlemen, this manifests itself in intimacy with your significant other. Look, I'm not here to get in your personal business, but I'm here to tell you this. There are solutions, men. It is not 1975. It is 2025, and Tennessee Men's Clinic has those solutions and those opportunities for you. For the most part, men that notice a desire or a want to and not a can do, this is due to testosterone loss. And if you've got testosterone loss, Tennessee Men's Clinic can assist you. All it takes is a telephone call to the Tennessee Men's Clinic, schedule an appointment today, and get with the program and see how they can assist you. Tennessee Men's Clinic has 3 separate locations, so there's no excuses, man. There's one in Cool Springs, there's one in Clarksville, and there's the original location in Nashville, Tennessee. All you need to do is call and make the appointment to the Tennessee Men's Clinic. $99. It includes a full medical consultation, blood work, and if advised, they'll give you a test dose right there in the office. 615-208-9090. 615-208-9090 or online at TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. That's TennesseeMen'sClinic.com.
All right, Keatston Springs in Cheatham County got some road work blocking the right lane, 40 eastbound there at exit 188. In Macon now, we've got a report of a head-on collision. This is going to be Carthage Road there at Tennessee 52 and Lafayette Road in Macon County. And then in Lebanon, looks like a highway patrol reporting that crash has been cleared there, 840 eastbound at Central Pike. Here in Nashville, eastbound 440 is still complete. Stop and go over to 24, and then that continues eastbound 24 past 440. I'm Ken Weaver.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Matt Murphy Show continues on this Tuesday. It's a Giving Tuesday. We're live from the Valor Ridge campus. Men of Valor is a wonderful organization. We're talking about them all day long today. And listen, I understand it's a different kind of show for a lot of you listeners tuning in. You're like, oh, what are they doing out there? Where we're encouraging you to go to movministry.com to give as you can. Click the Give Now button or the Give Here button. And then give at whatever you can give, whatever you're able to afford. We so appreciate it on this day of giving, this Giving Tuesday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So it's a little bit of a different kind of show. We're not ignoring the news of the day. Obviously, Ken Weaver's got the newscast twice an hour, and when it breaks back at home base at the studios, and we're covering the 7th Congressional District race for you as well. We recognize that many of you are going in to vote, and as a matter of fact, a lot of people are hitting us up on the Super Text line, 615-737-9986, saying that they went to the polls, they voted at the polls, and so we're covering all of that for you as well. And we're going to talk with Trey Hargett at about 4:55 today. So about 15 minutes from now, Trey will be on, the Secretary of State, to talk about last-minute voting tips and what he thinks the level of voting is, what the percentages are. I hear good things about the amount of people aware of the race and getting out to vote. The fear for those who want a conservative to win that race, Matt Van Epps to win that race, is that if folks don't know about it, then it could lead to potentially an Afton-Bain victory. So we'll get into the politics of that coming up in just a couple of minutes. Right now, we are pleased to welcome two more guests to the program from the campus of Valor Ridge. These are two gentlemen, we've been talking about, the way that Men of Valor can change lives, and the way that the program impacts men who have been incarcerated within the system and then getting out of the system. And we thought, well, what better way to talk about it than to talk to two men who have been through it, Michael and Will. Michael to my right, Will to my left, join us on the program to discuss their experience as graduates with the Men of Valor. Gentlemen, thanks for being on with us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Will, you're old school. We had you on last year, so I'm going to start with Michael. Will's been here. He's done that, right? Michael, talk to me about your experience with Men of Valor. Specifically, you were incarcerated,
yes.
How did you find out about Men of Valor when you were in the prison system?
Well, I found out about Men of Valor probably about 25 years ago.
Okay, really?
When I was incarcerated in 2001, I met Carl Carlson, the founder of Men of Valor, when he was coming in prisons doing small groups. Mm-hmm. And that's when I first started with Men of Valor, and that's how I got involved with Men of Valor.
Talk to me about that impact. I mean, obviously, we can talk about it from our perspective, but from your perspective, was it an automatic? Did the light kind of switch on for you, or was it more of a slow process?
Well, for me at that time, I just got through robbing a bank, and I was in prison doing the sentence, and I was already seeking the Lord at the time, and then I got moved from Brushy Mountain to Nashville Annex. That's when I met Carl, because they didn't have anything like that at Brushy Mountain. Mm-hmm. And, just somebody coming in faithfully, with a heart that cares about the people that they was talking to. Of course, I went back to prison when I was released because I had a lot of things going on in my heart and mind that I didn't realize was going on. Mm-hmm. I got out in 2002. I started working with Men of Valor in 2005. But in 2008, I left everything and went back out into the world and into the streets. Mm-hmm. And it's because I had a lot of trauma in my life that started when I was 5 years old. And I didn't realize that those things still controlled me. Mm-hmm. So I stayed gone for 15 more years. And I came back to Men of Valor in 2023, January 31st, 2023, I came back to Men of Valor. And when I came back, I had a lot of questions. Like, God, why is it that everything was going so good and I just left it all? And, and as I started asking those questions, God started putting people in my life, man, to help me see the answers. And the next person that's going to be here on the radio station, Alfonso Gilbert, one of our counselors here, helped me walk me through my trauma. and that's why I'm able to sit here today.
I mean, it's an incredible story. Do you wonder? I mean, obviously God puts obstacles in front of all of us, but these seem like pretty tall obstacles to overcome. But was there any point that led you back? Was there any specific thing that led you back? Or was it just a recognition that unless you give it all up, you can't find a life that kind of heals your heart? Does that make sense?
You're talking about coming back to Men of Valor?
To Men of Valor, right?
Oh, I knew that I had tasted the goodness of God. And when I was back out there, I knew I wanted that back. I just didn't, I can't say I didn't know how. I was more fearful of failing again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I was at Northeast, and Alfonso and Marcus Martin was in there in my pod. I came out of the room and seen those two down the bar. I said, "Is that Marcus?" And I went down there, and he was talking about how they were going to start coming. And, you know, God was just dealing with my heart. If you want healing, if you want restoration, you need to go home. And Men of Valor was part of my home. Carl was like a father to me that I never had, you know. So I knew where I needed to go to be loved. I knew where I needed to go to be equipped to be a man and to be able to live life on life terms.
Will, talk to me about, your story and what led you to Men of Valor.
What led me to Men of Valor, I'd given my life to Christ on March 20th of 20. I had a cellmate that just kept on about praying and going to church and everything. I'd never heard of Men of Valor in my life, so I finally given into that, and I started praying with him, and I started seeking a relationship with the Lord, and I'd finally given my life to Christ, and I had an opportunity to come up for parole. When I come up for parole, I had to submit a home plan, and I went to reentry and asked about, where I could go to, because I was granted parole upon recommendation of a halfway house, and I seen Men of Valor. I got the application for it, but I really didn't want to come here because the application was so long. I wanted to fill out a quick little application and be done with it and just get on. But something in my heart just kept, I was reading about David's mighty men of valor in the Bible. It just kept popping up on my Bible. Always David's mighty men of valor. So I kept seeing that. So I filled out the application. And about a month later, Tommy Mathis came and visited me. And he told me that it would be the hardest year of my life, but it would be worth it. And that was 100% correct because it has been worth it.
What was hard about it? Just the discipline,
no
structure, what?
Me dealing with me,
yeah.
Dealing with all the brokenness and all the trauma and all the everything that I had going on. Because in my family, I was taught, and I don't know that my dad did it. It was not on purpose or anything. I was taught how not to be a man, how not to be a dad, how not to be just a good person in general. And when I got here, I had guys like Mark Hodge there, Kurt Campbell, Tevin Peterson. I seen they had something I wanted because they were different, because they were men that I've never seen before. They loved their wives, they loved their children, they loved the Lord, and they didn't mind telling people about it. And that was like the sweet aroma of Christ that Kurt Campbell keeps talking about, and it was amazing.
Is my memory failing me, or did I remember that you were either getting married or had just gotten married last year? Is that right?
Yes. I just got married. I just a month ago, I went on my second anniversary. We went to Gatlinburg, and it was awesome.
So you're still married?
I'm still married.
See, that's proof of God's love right there, isn't it? I mean, that's proof of God's presence in our lives.
Absolutely.
That she's sticking around with you. No, I'm just kidding.
Amen.
Yeah, she's amazing, and Mark married us, and it's just been a great, man. I couldn't ask for anything better for my life.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It is.
It's pretty good. What did both of you men work through the? When you're on campus, did you get a job on campus? Did you get a job? After the 30 days, we talked about getting out and getting a job placement. Did you do that, Michael?
Yes. After my 30 days, I got a job with one of our job partners.
Yeah.
And I worked on that job all the way up until I was offered this position.
You're on staff now. I think 30.
Yeah.
Do you say 30%? 30%, and this is pretty amazing. 30% of the staff at Men of Valor are graduates of the Men of Valor program, which is, I think, a testimony to you guys aren't just getting to graduation day and running out of here. You want to stick around and you want to help the next batch, right?
Yeah. When I graduated, I could have went home to my family, but it was just something like I just needed more. I couldn't. I didn't feel right leaving because I was afraid that the connection would get broken. I just needed more. So I left Nashville campus, went to Knoxville campus, and was a house manager up there for 6 months. Just growing more. I just know I did not want to do the same thing I did before.
Right.
So as God was healing me during that time, coming through this year, it was time for me to give back. And when I was praying about that, God put it on my heart to go to Knoxville. So I went to Knoxville for 6 months, was up there, and it was a blessing. And then
Michael, you're not a UT fan, are you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, dear.
Definitely am. Definitely am. Yes.
Most people in the room are going to appreciate it. Maybe not me. Maybe where's Darlene when you need her? She's a Bama fan, right?
Yeah. That's why she's gone right
now. She saw too much orange in the room.
Amen.
Will, kind of the similar story. What led you to want to stay and be a staff member?
I'd worked the same job like Sweat for the whole time I was here, but I started becoming a manager. When I came to the program, we had managers, and I'd made it 6 months, and Tyler and Mark believed in me enough and let me become a manager, a house manager. I would go to work, and I would come back, and I would help out with the campus where they could go home and spend time with their families.
Sure.
And I got a phone call from Brian Belser, and he wanted me to come to Knoxville, same thing as Sweat, and be a manager up there. And I don't know that my goal was to ever try to work for Men of Valor, but I told the Lord, hey, if that's what you want from me, you'll make it easy and everything. And one day I get a phone call from Mark saying, hey, what do you think about being on campus? He said, yeah. I told him I like that idea, and he told me to pray about it. I was like, well, I don't think I really need to pray about that one. That's a no-brainer right there, yeah. And it's definitely from the Lord because, man, imagine getting to see a man come from incarceration the very first day, not sure of anything, until you see his graduation where he's really embraced it and took all the resources and got the relationship with the Lord and back in his community, loving his children, loving his family.
That's awesome. What's the final message? If you're speaking directly to the folks listening to us, I'm begging them to go to movministry.com, click the Give Here button. What does that donation mean to men who are currently on campus?
It means a pathway to a new life. Carl used to say all the time, what kind of man do you want living beside you? Because a lot of the men are going to get out of prison.
That's right.
And they're going to go in these neighborhoods. What kind of man do you want living beside you?
Right.
Do you want a man that has really understood what it means to be a man, and a man that's really seeking God, has really allowed God to change his life? Or do you want somebody straight out of prison, straight out the door and right back with no sense of direction, with no hope, and all they know is they can just go right back to what they used to do?
And for the men, imagine getting out and not knowing where you're going to go, or if you were going to be able to take a shower, if you're going to be able to eat, or if you're going to have any clothes on your back. But with the donations, it helps the men get out and be comfortable, have a safe place to lay their head, have clothing, be able to eat. It
just means everything.
Everything.
Amen.
Well, gentlemen, thank y'all so much for offering your stories, your testimony, and thank you for what you do on the campus of Men of Valor. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
There's Will and Michael. We'll be back in a moment, 52 after the hour. Quick visit with Secretary of State Trey Hargett coming up in a moment on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
What's going on, guys? It's Matt Murphy for Contours LLC. Friends, if you don't feel good about your body after Thanksgiving, if you ate too much turkey and dressing and stuffing, if you feel stuffed from the stuffing, our friends at Contours LLC have a special running through the end of the year. And Keith just told me that he got a call earlier today, and we got to sign up at least one, probably more, for the Murph. That is a huge special that's running through the end of the year. You get a package of the Belly Buster treatments, and it's just $99 for the first treatment. Get them used by the end of the year, and you'll get a maintenance treatment each month, January, February, and March, at 20% off their usual prices. And they let you come in and try the first one for just $99. And, friends, you are guaranteed to lose over 2 inches around your torso on the first visit. It's non-invasive. It's red light therapy. It's for men. It's for women. It's for anybody that wants to get rid of some fat. In fact, what have you got to lose but inches before Christmas? Not after, but before Christmas. And keep it off after the new year. It's safe, it's painless, it's effective, it's Contours. 615-236-9960, 236-9960, or find them online at contoursllc.com, contoursllc.com.
Got a full report on the Tennessee 7 special election coming up. Also, wholesale giant Costco suing the Trump administration over tariffs. These stories and more at 5 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Ken Weaver. We've got Ken Weaver coming up in the newsroom. I might beg a minute or so after the top of the hour because we've got a guest. Louis, do I have Secretary of State on the line? Is that right? Oh, I do. Secretary of State Trey Hargett to tell us some, last-minute advice and his thoughts on the turnout for the special election. The concern was always making people aware that there was a special election going on, and obviously it's a little bit unique in the state of Tennessee that we have an election this time of year, but we're happy to welcome in the Secretary of the State, Trey Hargett, to talk about all of these things. Trey, good to talk with you again. How are you, sir?
Hey, good to be back. I feel like Pepper Brooks in dodgeball, man. I'm just really excited. So it's a great day. We've seen strong turnout. Did you get that reference? I appreciate that if you did.
I did. It's what did he say? Something about, it's cotton. I can't remember the line. But, yeah, I got it. Yes.
Yeah. Good stuff. Hey, strong turnout across the state. I mean, we were worried about the weather. Down in Williamson County, they've had lines. Somebody told me a 45-minute line a while ago at some of the precincts. Davidson County has been voting about 3 times the pace of what they saw in the October primary. Montgomery has seen strong and steady turnout. I mean, people are getting out and making their voice heard, and that's great to see.
No, obviously you want to see folks exercising their right to vote as we need to do, and getting the turnout that we're seeing in this cycle. I mean, obviously, I think the national attention has driven awareness. We tried to drive awareness as well. I know your office, it was very important to you, without regard for whom people are voting for, just to make sure that there's an opportunity to vote in this special election, because it is obviously a weird time of year for us to go to the polls.
Well, it certainly is. And the one thing is for sure, though, when you don't go vote, you turn over the keys of power of government to those that do.
Right.
And so we really encourage people to exercise that opportunity. And one of the big things that we've had today is, because of all the national notoriety, we've had people from other parts of the state who have called wanting to know why they can't go vote. They don't live in a 7 congressional district. So we have to explain to people, hey, this is one congressional district. And it's just because it may be touch your county, not if you live in Benton or Williamson or Davidson, it may not touch your home. So
Trey, what are tips for folks who maybe waited till Election Day, waited till they get off work, if they're getting in line, if you're in line by 7 o'clock, if you're I think most polling places close at 7, is that correct?
They close at 7, but if you're in line at 7, you get to vote. You get in line at 7:01, you don't get to vote. So you got 2 hours left. Go out there and make your voice heard, is what I would tell people.
What are your hopes in terms of percentages? Do you have an expectation? Do you have a prediction, or is that something that you'll kind of do post-mortem after the fact?
I hesitate to answer that question. And last night, a reporter asked me that. We always hope for 100%. Now, realistically, we know we've never had 100% turnout in a state race like this. But I would tell you at the end of the day, we're probably going to see somewhere in the 30s overall turnout, which, frankly, if you had told me 3 weeks ago that's where we'd be, I wouldn't have believed that, just because of the timing of this election. So it's rewarding to see people getting out. But it still bothers me that roughly 1/3 of the voters in that district are going to pick who their next member of Congress is.
Right. Yeah, it's a weird thing to say that we're happy about 30% turnout, but frankly, in a special election of this nature, I think that would be a good percentage to see. Any final words, any final messages for folks who have voted or are planning on voting today, Trey?
Well, certainly you can go to our website tonight at govotn.gov. Of course, I'm sure y'all are working on giving people election results from your website, and other places are as well. Keep up with those results through our website. And I would also say, if you haven't gone, go vote, go grab a family member, and go out there and make your voice heard, because once again, it's your unique opportunity to select your congressman.
Well, we appreciate everything that you do to keep our elections fair and safe, and we thank you, Trey, for being on with us today, and I appreciate you so much. Take care.
Thanks, Matt. No more Thin Mints. Bye.
There's Trey Hargett, Secretary of State, joining us for a few good minutes. I'll tell you what, we'll take a break. We'll do a quick check of the news with Ken Weaver in the newsroom, and we'll be back after it. We're on campus, Men of Valor, at the Valor Ridge campus on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's Election Day in the 7th Congressional District. Voters choosing between a Republican, Democrat, and 4 people running as independents. Secretary of State's office reporting strong interest, high turnout for this special election despite wintry weather. Voters aren't staying home. Channel 4 spoke to one.
In this case, we actually flew back from somewhere we were for today to make it in just for this because I feel like it's a super important time in our country to get out and stop what's going on.
Now, Channel 4's Steve Mailing says the latest poll claims Tennessee 7 is a dead heat between the Republican Matt Van Epps and Democrat Afton Bain.
Tennessee continues to rank in the bottom 5 nationwide for voter turnout. That's from last year's presidential election. And Emerson College even cited this in the poll, saying that it's likely going to come down to which party decides to show up, which party wants it more when it comes to this election.
And be sure you're eligible to vote if you haven't already done so. Apparently, some voters are confusing Metro Council District 7 with Congressional District 7. You can check your eligibility to vote in today's election at the govotn.gov website. Just fill in your address to find out. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, so we got brake tapping and complete stop and go in the usual places trying to get home this afternoon, but now we've got some crashes that are not helping matters. In Jolton, we've got an overturned vehicle blocking the left lane, 24 westbound at New Hope Road, exit 31. Kingston Springs, road work with the right lane blocked, 40 eastbound there at exit 188. Then over by the airport, we've got 2 issues, both of them on I-40. One is going eastbound before the airport, the left shoulder blocked by a stalled vehicle. And then going westbound on 40 just past the airport, we got a stalled vehicle partially blocking the left lane. Creve Hall, we got a crash. The off-ramp is partially blocked. This will be the 65 southbound off-ramp to eastbound Harding Place. I'm Ken Weaver.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is just after 5 o'clock, 5:08 to be precise. My name is Matt Murphy, and this is the Matt Murphy Radio Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Today is our Giving Tuesday from the Valor Ridge campus with Men of Valor. It's a different kind of show, and if you've been listening for any length of time, you know that we're focusing in on Men of Valor, exactly what they do for our community, how they do it for our community, and the good that they bring to all of us, truly. And frankly, I've not mentioned this prior to now, but it should be said over and over again, that whatever amount of money that you give, if you go to movministry.com, and I beg of you to do so, go to movministry.com, click on the Give Here button, and give as you can. There's many different giving levels, but whatever you give is greatly appreciated by the people of Men of Valor, and frankly, by the entire community in the state of Tennessee, because, I say it often, and you hear me from time to time when I talk about Men of Valor, that they take what is a national, over 70% recidivism rate nationally. So what that means is within 3 years, men that get out of prison, 70% of the time go back to prison within 3 years for some reason or another. Men of Valor graduates, they turn that percentage from over 70% to under 15%. Now think about that. The amount of money that's saving us in the state of Tennessee, just dollar for dollar, it is such a value that you give to Men of Valor because you're keeping these individuals through the program, through the graduation, through all of the resources that they provide these men that get out of the prison system. If you keep them out of the system, then not only are you saving souls to Jesus Christ, not only are you providing them an opportunity for an eternity, you're turning takers into givers in our community, which is going to benefit the community exponentially. And bottom line, you're saving money, because that's less money that we have to spend to incarcerate men within the prison system. And that is what it's all about. To continue the conversation and to add to that, we welcome the Chief Education Officer and Counseling Program Manager, Alfonso Gilbert and Tony Arneson. Am I saying that right, Tony?
Yes, sir.
And gentlemen, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having us.
Well, it's our pleasure to be on campus. So, Alfonso, I'll start with you and just ask you kind of, what your role is and what is a day like for you on campus with Men of Valor?
Yeah, so my name's Alfonso, and as you said, I'm the Chief Education Officer, and I'm in charge of helping develop our team in terms of leadership development, but also I help oversee our counseling department. The previous gentleman that was here with you, Michael Sweat, was talking about the trauma that he endured in childhood. So one of the things that Tony and I do is we help process the trauma that these men have survived in childhood.
Right. And how important is that, Tony? I mean, I would think, just hearing it, it's obvious on its face how important it is to kind of get to those issues to help better understand what would lead men to a life of crime or to a life behind bars.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe trauma kind of precedes addiction. So usually there's the kind of unresolved childhood issues that individuals kind of bring to the table, and then incarceration certainly doesn't help that because, they're going to experience at least a major trauma while they're incarcerated, and then as they get out, the statistics kind of point to at least having another traumatic experience within that first year. Mm-hmm. So we kind of want to create a little bit of a buffer zone for them here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So when you say when you talk about education, are we talking about just life skills? Or are you talking about specific, educational opportunities within the system on campus in terms of classroom teaching?
Yeah, so we have a variety of different approaches that we take. We do have classroom space where we teach the guys life skills, and we teach them about trauma, we teach them about addiction, we teach them about recovery. But then we have the additional component that Tony and I and other team members do where we actually do therapeutic counseling, which is an invasive form of therapy where we dive into their trauma, the trauma that we believe catapults them to a life of crime and addiction that ultimately ends up in prison. We help process that trauma so that it helps strengthen their recovery process.
I would think that's in an arena, or that's tricky. That's in a very tender and sensitive place with these men.
It's very sensitive and it's very tender, and for many of them, they don't even realize that they have trauma. So the gentleman that was with you before, Michael Sweat, when he first took our course on trauma, he thought he only had 2 of the 10 most common and problematic traumas in childhood.
Mm-hmm.
After further investigation, we discovered he had 8 or 9 out of the 10. So many of the guys don't even realize that they have trauma. The other challenge is many of them don't want to process the trauma. It's hard. It's hard to revisit the trauma. It's hard to re-experience it, let alone talk about it and process it. So we have to really build favor with them. We have to be careful. We have to be very sensitive. We have to be very delicate. We have to build rapport. We have to validate them. We have to make them feel safe emotionally, physically, spiritually, for them to come to a place where they recognize, man, I really do need to process this trauma, as Michael did. And those that do overwhelmingly expedite their recovery process.
Well, and I don't want to speak, obviously, Michael spoke for himself very eloquently, and I don't want to speak for him, but, he talked about, touching the program touching him, being a part of the program, splitting back away. And it feels like what you're saying is without getting into those types of things, those causal factors, that, it's harder to understand what you went through. It's harder to understand why you were doing what you were doing in order to process it and break free from it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I want to, I think it's on the minds of listeners. It's on my mind at least. And either you, Alfonso or Tony, you can speak to this. But, obviously, when you talk about the causal factors, no one is excusing the actions of the individuals. But at the same time, we're trying to, Tony, better understand them because it helps the individual as they're walking a spiritual journey to walk that psychological journey to make sure they don't repeat some of the patterns of the past.
Absolutely. I was doing a group in Riverbend last week, and we had a bunch of guys that said, man, I had no idea that I had any childhood trauma. And so we kind of unpacked that, right? And, a lot of our clients obviously come from carceral situations, whether it's, prison or whether it's a jail setting. And so we want to kind of create a safe space for them to be able to explore that. And we're helping them kind of rewrite their narrative, right? And so with a lot of trauma work, the work doesn't happen until they feel safe. And then, the other part of that is learning how to rebuild connection with other people.
Trust, I would expect.
Trust. Yeah, they kind of push people away.
Not a lot of trust in prison.
No.
Right? Not a lot of trust in prison. So you got to kind of rebuild that from the ground up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't pretend to know like you guys do because you're on the front lines, but I would expect that, when you first encounter, even if these men want to give themselves over to Jesus, they want to give themselves over to a kind of a spiritual reawakening, they're still like, they've been taught they're guys. You rub some dirt on it, move on. You don't have to deal with all that, right? You're dealing with that quite a bit, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
And, how do you tackle that? How do you break through it?
Yeah, so that comes through education, right? That's our field, is educating them, making them aware. And as to your point, it's not that we're justifying their actions, we're putting language to their experience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And putting language to their experience, as Dan Siegel says from UCLA, if you can name it, you can tame it. But most of the guys cannot name it, as Tony said. They're not even aware that they've suffered trauma, because it was all they knew growing up. Growing up in a gang family, a drug addict family, your mom's a prostitute, your dad's a heroin addict. It's all you know, so you don't think that there's anything else. So it becomes normalized to them, and they don't realize that they're traumatized.
Yeah, and for some in our audience, and I just want to get down to where the goats can graze on it, right? We're not talking about not getting the bicycle you wanted when you were 8. We're not talking about maybe getting spanked a little more often than the other kids at school. We are talking about, you just brought it, real deal situations where they're growing up in homes where there's rampant drug abuse. There's,
Yes.
once again, it doesn't excuse the actions, but it helps us as a community understand how men can get to a place as rock bottom as some of these men have got.
Yes, it explains their experience and it validates their experience, because we have to always remember that in order for us to build empathy towards these men, we have to understand that they were violated at a vulnerable age. They were violated and suffered atrocities when they were defenseless, when they were voiceless, when they were powerless. We only see them as the victims of crime while as adults. But many times we often forget that at one point they were the victim. And validating that experience is liberating for them. And you're right, we're not talking about an American spanking that's common to most people.
Right.
We're talking about 10 of the worst traumas that a child can face prior to the age of 18, based on the largest study on childhood abuse in American history from Dr. Vincent Felitti and Robert Anda. They did the study back in '98 and discovered 10 of the most common and worst traumas that a child can face prior to the age of 18. If you suffer 4 or more of those 10, the negative effects it has on our lives quadruples. So let me give you an example. If you've only suffered 1 or 2, you may have maybe a 46% chance of being chronically depressed at some point in your life. If you suffer 4 or more, you now have a 460% chance that you'll be depressed at some point in your life. And then, as Tony was saying, not only have they suffered 4 more of these traumas, but then it's compounded by 5, 10, 15, 20, some of these guys 30 years in prison. And as you said, one of the things that we don't find in prison, and I've been in every prison in the state of Tennessee multiple times, you don't find kindness. Well, as Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, brilliant neuropsychiatrist, says, if you don't have a deep memory of feeling loved as a child, the receptors in the brain that respond to human kindness may simply fail to develop. So these men don't just have an attitude or behavioral problem. There are receptors in the brain that fail to connect, that respond to kindness, which is why you don't see kindness in prison. So they suffer in childhood, and then they suffer 10, 15 years in prison. That combination, now you have what's called post-traumatic stress disorder with developmental trauma. That's complex PTSD now. Mm-hmm. It's a whole nother level.
And so it's your job to kind of try to back that up from a psychological standpoint and kind of rebuild and reconnect some of those receptors that never fully developed in childhood.
That's right. And that's why we hired Tony and his team. He has about 5 therapists under him here at Men of Valor. These are state licensed professional therapists. They are LPCs, LMFTs, LCSWs, and their job is to process that trauma for the men so that it lessens the effect, the negative effect it has on their lives.
Now, and for those, Tony, that are listening, and I'm gonna play kind of the devil's advocate, if you will. From
sure.
Just psychobabble. This, but it is. I mean, as Alfonso was referencing, this is statistically shown that individuals that go through these things in childhood are far more prone to criminal behavior, to violent type behavior, for that lack of kindness. I mean, it's not just us talking about what we think. I mean, we see it statistically, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And the chances, if somebody has incarceration history, if one of their parents was incarcerated, that's actually one of the 10 ACEs. Okay, that's going to predispose them to incarceration. So we're obviously wanting to cut that off at the pass, that it doesn't materialize in that individual's life.
Yeah,
it's got to be such a delicate process, but so fulfilling. When I just talked to Michael, and I can imagine what that was like, getting him to a place where he can talk about it, where he can share his testimony now, and can offer that wonderful guidance as now a staff member and a graduate of Men of Valor. It's got to be fulfilling on that side of it, as hard as the work is to get through that.
Yeah, it's deeply fulfilling because we're dealing with 12.5% of society. 12.5% of society, we know from the studies, have 4 more of those traumas. I'm sure there's listeners right now already asking the question, well, what are the 10 traumas? Let me just name them very quickly. Sexual abuse, physical abuse. We're not talking about American spanking, kids that were beat, hit, kicked. verbal abuse, which is psychological abuse, kids that grow up in a home where the family's dysfunctional. Number 5, kids that grow up in a home where there is domestic violence. Number 6, kids that grow up in a home where there is substance abuse. Number 7, kids that grow up in a home where mom and dad or caretaker is in and out of prison or jail. Number 8, kids that grow up in a home where somebody is suicidal or has a mental disorder. Number 9, children that grow up in a home where their parents have divorced. And number 10, children that grow up in the home where they have been emotionally deprived. Those are the 10 most common traumas that emerged out of that groundbreaking study.
Wow.
If you have 4 more, you have a 1,220% chance that you'll attempt suicide. You have a 460% chance that you'll be chronically depressed at some point in your life. And the studies showed, if I'm allowed to say this on air, studies showed that those that had 4 more over their lifetime had a minimum of 50 sexual partners throughout their life.
Oh, wow.
And we see this with the men. Over 90% of our men that come to our program have 4 or more, like Michael, who was on the air just before me.
Wow. Well, no, it's important. It's important information. Where can I assume that people can find out more. There are resources online. I would imagine that people want to find out more about these 10 points. Can you point them or direct them to where they can find out more? I mean, this is very compelling.
Yeah, ACEs just.
Yeah, it's called the Adverse Childhood Experience Study.
Okay, sure.
And it's the largest to this day, unprecedented study on childhood abuse in American history.
Well, gentlemen, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the average person that is incarcerated there's an average of 4.2 ACEs.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously that's just hitting the basics for a lot of our.
These negative childhood experiences translate directly to what we see in the prison system and 100%. What we deal with every day.
Yep.
Alfonso, Tony, thank you guys so much for spending some time with us and kind of explaining the psychological aspects of this. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
You as well.
MOVministry.com. That's MOVministry.com. Click the Give Here button. Give as you can today. It's 25 after the hour. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for King and Associates. Oh, folks, if you don't have the right homeowners, if you don't have the right auto insurance, you need to get King and Associates into your life because King and Associates can provide the said same. Matt Murphy for King and Associates. Your home and your car are 2 of the biggest investments that you make. And at King and Associates, they protect both with coverage that fits your life and your budget. Whether you're a first-time homeowner, a growing family, you're just shopping for better automobile rates to make it simple, let's get with King & Associates. They don't believe in pushy salespeople. They don't do that. They just offer you honest advice, personalized service, and policies that make sense. They provide you the information. They're local and independent, which I love because they work for you, not for insurance companies. Visit tkinginsurance.com or make a call that so many other Matt Murphy listeners have made, 329-8121, 329-8121, or tkinginsurance.com. King & Associates Insurance, protecting what matters most. Matt Murphy, let's talk about Defend Systems for a moment. Defend Systems. If you're a business owner, if you are a decision maker at a church, if you're a decision maker at a school, any place that people gather, you need Defend Systems in your life. Now, Brink Fiddler's not here to scare you. Matt Murphy's not here to scare you either. But the fact of the matter is we're seeing more and more workplace violence situations. Sadly, more active shooter situations as well. And just about every one of these situations will involve someone on a camera somewhere saying, I never thought it would happen to me. I never thought it would happen here. Of course we don't. We don't want to believe that, but it does. Hope is not a plan. It is time to get trained. Defense Systems is a life safety and security consultation firm that will involve themselves in training your staff on rapid response medical, emergency and intruder action plans, security improvement, site surveys, workplace violence prevention, and active shooter response, all customized to your facility and to your needs. Go to defendsystems.com to find out more. That's defendsystems.com or call 615-236-6484, 236-6484. Defend Systems. Give them a call today.
.5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. It's election day for parts of Middle Tennessee, and the weather is not a factor, according to Secretary of State Trey Hargett, who says voter interest and turnout is strong, telling WTN's Matt Murphy Show.
Probably going to see somewhere in the 30s. Overall turnout, which frankly, if you had told me 3 weeks ago that's where we'd be, I wouldn't have believed that just because of the timing of this election. So it's rewarding to see people getting out. But it still bothers me that roughly 1/3 of the voters in that district are going to pick who their next member of Congress is.
Meanwhile, there's some confusion in Davidson County where some voters are mistaking Metro Council District 7 with Congressional District 7. Elections Administrator Jeff Roberts telling Channel 4,
I'm in Congressional District 5, so I can't vote in this election either, even though I'm the Administrator of Elections. If you're along the borders there, Gallatin Road, Charlotte Pike, you really need to check that app to make sure you're not right there on the line.
Yeah, that app is govotn.gov. Just fill in your address to find out. In our nation's capital today at a news conference, House Speaker Mike Johnson said Republicans are planning to talk about the expiring tax subsidies for Obamacare next week.
We're pulling those ideas together, and there will be a Republican response to this, okay? So I can't project in advance what that will be because I don't know what the consensus is in that room. But you will see our sleeves rolled up and that work being done in earnest this week as we bring all that together.
Tax subsidies set to expire at the end of the month. And today is Giving Tuesday, where people are encouraged to give back to their favorite charities. But federal officials with the FTC warned that it's also a day for scammers to take advantage of those who think they're donating to a good cause. We get more from ABC's Elizabeth Schultze with some tips to protect your money and ensure it's going to the right place.
Double check the charity's website link. A lot of those will end in .org. At the bottom of the page, it will say that it is a registered nonprofit. The FTC says that the safest way to make a donation is with a credit card or check. If someone's asking you for cryptocurrency, wire transfer, or gift card, it is probably a scam.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, got a couple of issues in Cheatham County. First, jolt in an overturned vehicle blocking the left lane, 24 westbound at exit 31. Then in Kingston Springs, they're doing some road work blocking the right lane, 40 eastbound there at exit 188. Downtown East Bank going westbound. We've got a crash there just past Shelby Avenue. Over by the airport, a couple of issues. First, a stalled vehicle on the left shoulder, 40 eastbound before the airport, exit 216A. And then in Mount Juliet, we've got a stalled vehicle on ramp partially blocked, 40 eastbound from Mount Juliet Road. Creve Hall, a crash is partially blocking the off-ramp from 65 southbound to go eastbound on Harding Place. I'm Ken Weaver.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN, a different kind of day on the Matt Murphy Show. I love it. I absolutely love this day of the year. It is our Men of Valor Giving Tuesday. We beg of you to go to movministry.com, click the Give Here button, and give as you can. Giving levels of all types, all shapes, all sizes. Every dollar matters to the wonderful ministry that is Men of Valor. We're on campus at Valor Ridge. Happy to be here. You can watch us on Super Talk TV, by the way, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and Rumble. There are great ways and great reasons to watch the program. I'm not one of them, but we've got a lot of different guests coming in and out from, the reentry manager. We've just, if you've missed any of the show, go back and watch some of the show because let me tell you, it's always a very special show. And I beg of you, give as you can, volunteer if you will, to Men of Valor. We're going to catch you up with the 7th Congressional District race coming up in just a few minutes. Matt Van Epps will join us at about 12 minutes from now, maybe a little longer than maybe 15 minutes from now, to give us some final thoughts before we cross the finish line at 7 o'clock. They're having a victory celebration, what we hope to be a victory celebration at Maxwell House Hotel a little bit later on tonight. But before we get to that, let's talk to our next guest. She is the head of family ministry with Men of Valor. She is Jenna Carlson, and she joins us to talk about what family ministry is all about. Hello, Jenna. How are you?
Hello.
How odd is it that you took a job at a place where the founder of the organization has the same last name as you? It's very weird.
Weird how that happened.
It's kind of
Yeah.
interesting. You were telling me that you married one of Carl's sons. You're now his daughter-in-law.
Yeah.
And it was not a matter of if but when you would be
100%
a part of Men of Valor.
Yep.
But that's got to be a wonderful. It's got to be just a spiritually fulfilling.
Yes,
role.
Absolutely. Well, and like you said, Carl was very matter of fact and to the point, and he's like, Jenna, you're going to be on my team. I need you on my team. You're good at this. You have a heart for this. So yeah, it wasn't will you join? It was like, you're going to join
right.
in some capacity. So I started out over 10 years ago volunteering, and that's when Tevin Peterson was in charge of the family ministry. It was different at that time, and fell in love with the kids, fell in love with the families, fell in love with everything about Men of Valor. And of course, there's that personal touch and connection with Carl, my father-in-law, and he just had such a heart and passion for this ministry, and specifically for the kids too, because he was what you call a throwaway kid, or what he called a throwaway kid. And so he knew what that felt like. And then he himself was incarcerated, and he knew what that felt like. And so he knew how important it was to break the generational cycle. And he knew that he wanted somebody to be passionate about that. Side note, I'm also a foster parent, and so I've seen through foster care where these kids come from and what happens and what the system's like if change doesn't happen and reunification doesn't happen, and breaking that cycle is hard and messy, but worth it. But yeah, back to the original point. Started as a volunteer, ended up being Carl's administrative assistant for a while, and then circle back around when Tevin transitioned to aftercare. Had a passion for working with the men again. I took over family ministry and have been there ever since.
What is the family ministry program?
So right now it's structured a little bit differently, but we send out care packages throughout the year. So that looks like almost every single month we're sending something, and we're texting the moms and the caregivers. Sometimes it's grandmas, aunts, cousins, whoever is the caretaker for the family. We're texting them, sending out like Happy New Year with a gift card, like go to Walmart on us, prayer cards, mentorships, connecting them with churches. And like February is Valentine's Day. And then we roll into Easter and we send out flyers for local churches that are saying like, get involved in an Easter egg hunt, go be a part of your community and your church. And then we do a big event every year, which is our back to school event. And so we invite our men and our families to kind of come together and reunite there and have a fun-filled day with like jumpy, bouncy inflatables and hot dog, free lunch.
Have you ever gotten inside of one of the inflatables?
I have, but you know what? Running the show, it's hard to be on the fun side and the running the show side.
I learned, it was a hard lesson to learn about tip. Don't go, if you're a grown-up, don't go in one of those inflatables if there's kids in there. They'll kill you.
They will kill you.
You will not
They'll run over you.
You will not make it out of there without
right.
some sort of broken bone.
You're going to be
or
bruised for like 2
muscle,
months.
Right?
Yeah, but no, it's really fun. And the guys, it's a chance for them to be with their families and love on them in a safe space. And our kids walk away with everything they need for back to school. So they fill up their backpacks, and then whatever's left, like our men need backpacks on campus, and they need like composition books and journals for their classes here. So they get a chance to do that. And one this year is such a blessing. One of our guys and his daughter actually saw some homeless people across the way from the church we were at. And his sweet little girl came up to me and she said, Miss Jana, is it okay if I take my food bag with my dad over there and share it with these people? Oh my word. I like almost broke down. I was like, of course, so she wanted, so when we talk about the family ministry, we're talking about like the ripple effect, and like this dad is there and his daughter's there and they're showing, each other love, and he's supporting her and wanting her to be better and to do the right thing. And she sees a homeless, person and wants to share food with them. And oh my gosh, it was such a sweet moment. But that's our big event. And then we just, of course, rolled out of Thanksgiving. So we try to provide food boxes for our men and our families. And we were able to do a gift card drive at a couple of churches. So we gave out Kroger and Walmart gift cards. They're able to go get turkeys and all their food that they need for Thanksgiving. And then now we're rolling into Christmas. And so every year we have, oh my word, amazing sponsors that just rise up and cover all of our kids for Christmas. They don't need anything or want anything when we're done with it. It's amazing. We go above and beyond. Our volunteers and our church people go above and beyond every single time.
So, I mean, and just so I understand it, these are the families of men who are currently in the program.
Yes, correct. So once they get out of prison, and I think Mark was on earlier and mentioned, like, we go and get them whatever time of day. They're here for 30 days, and that's kind of like a decompression, safety. Let me get used to this environment. Let me get used to somewhere that's not prison alone. Mm-hmm. And then we start slowly over the course of that year introducing those relationships, because there's a lot of broken trust there. There's a lot of things that their kids have gone through while they've been absent. And so that's part of, we come alongside the families and go, okay, let's plug you in with a church, or let's give you a mentor that wants to text you, or myself for emotional support, spiritual support, mental, how's your mental state of mind? And just, they're doing it 24/7. With little to no help, right, while these guys are gone. So we try to come alongside them and also just explain what our program is, because a lot of times they're confused on, okay, this is just another halfway house, Are they really serious about this? Are they really changing? And so we're able to
rebuilding
say,
that trust, that
right?
level of trust.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, at some point, I would think, and you tell me that when they get here, you have to talk with them about, what the situation is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what is your family connection? Do you still have a connection? Are you trying to? So you're trying to. I mean, the first steps are trying to establish, okay, where are we?
Yeah.
And where do we want to get?
Right. Like, do you have children? Usually we say under 18 for the care packages. But also, like, I've told so many guys who have said, the reason that they don't have a connection with their kids is like, they don't want anything to do with me. I've ruined it. And I'm like, whoa. I'm a parent, right? My job, I know 100% as a parent, I'm not done until I'm dead.
Right.
And if my daughter hates me one week and loves me the next, that's fine. But I'm still her parent, and I'm still going to push, and I'm still going to be there, and I'm still going to love you, and I'm still going to pray for you, and I'm still going to root for you until I'm in the ground. And I am forceful with our guys about that because I'm like, no, you are responsible. You are a dad, and they learn how to do that here. They get into these classes and they learn what it means to be a father because a lot of times their fathers have also been absent and they don't know what to do. They don't know what that looks like. What does it mean to be involved in my kid's life? As simple as let's do a once a week phone call. Let's check in. Let's see how school's doing. What do they need? What kind of resources can I help them out with? And they eventually get home passes. And so we want when they go home, okay, well, you take the Thanksgiving food box to your family instead of a volunteer doing that. We want that connection. Or you take the Christmas gifts yourself. Merry Christmas. God loves you. I love you. Men of Valor loves you. All the things, right? So that's kind of what we're building.
We had our annual radiothon for National Rescue Mission recently, and I was speaking to a gentleman who, had found God, and he had, he is a believer, and I was talking to him about his time in prison and the aftermath of that, and how he was led to Jesus, and I, just threw out there, well, have you been able to reconnect with your family? And it was just such a difficult conversation because he said no. And he said, no, my daughter is 10. My wife will not let me see her. She hasn't gotten there yet. And it just broke me down, Jenna, because he said, God, I just have to trust that God will give me that when I'm ready for it. And I'm sure you experienced that, that side of it too. But what a blessing it is when that level of trust does build back up.
Yeah.
And where you see that reconnection with these families. That's such a wonderful thing.
And Michael Sweat was on here earlier, I know. And let me tell you, I'm just going to have to just say this and brag.
Brag on him?
I love his girls. Like, I had them when I was a volunteer, and they are fun, energetic, just like spunky. They're just the best. And I'm like, all that these kids want is what every single one of us want. They just want to be loved and valued and cherished and know that they matter. And, they're not forgotten, because Carl used to call them, as we kind of reference them as the forgotten innocent victims of crime. But it's not their fault. But when we break that generational cycle, things change and they move in a different direction. And then it doesn't have to be that way. And that's what we want these men to do for their families is you go home and you love your family, and that's your mission now.
Right.
And they change forever. And that child doesn't have to experience the 8 to 10 ACEs, those adverse childhood experiences that Alfonso mentioned. They don't have to go through that because you've changed it at Men of Valor. You broke it and you made it right and you made it better. And now you can see your kid do above and beyond what you ever imagined and what God designed them for.
Jenna, what's the message in the minute or so that we have left? What's the message to the people listening that are driving home? Maybe they're out and about on a Tuesday night going to shop or whatever. What is the message regarding Men of Valor and the effectiveness of the program and what you guys do?
So, in short, the number one, we know this, statistics show the number one indicator that a child will end up in prison is if they have an incarcerated loved one, right? And the only way to break that is to do what we're doing. It's to change the man, it's to change the families, it's to love on the moms, the grandmas, the people taking care of the kids. I guess the message would just be, don't be intimidated to share love, because they deserve a chance just like anybody else. And again, like coming from foster mom heart. Like, I love these kids personally, and there's no possible way that you won't love them. Pray for them. Prayer is always important. Give what you can. If you don't have the financial means, you can volunteer.
That's right.
Help us put together care packages.
Jenna, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
It's a wonderful message. It's a wonderful testimony, and we appreciate everything that you guys do.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
There's Jenna Carlson joining us for a few moments. movministry.com is the website. Click the Give Here button, and then give as you can. Or, as Jenna mentioned, if you don't have anything to give from a financial standpoint, perhaps consider volunteering. If not now, think about it. Get into the new year. Let your heart drive you back to movministry.com and give whatever you're able through volunteerism and through your financial donations. It's 51 after the hour. We're going to speak to Matt Van Epps coming up in just a moment, and we continue live from Valor Ridge. It's the Men of Valor Giving Tuesday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, we talk a lot about business owners on the Matt Murphy Show, and if you're a business owner and you're not utilizing Alpha and Omega computer consultation, might I recommend you're doing it wrong? I'm just suggesting, because Alpha and Omega, they're simply the best when it comes to all of your IT needs. You get a real person on the phone with a locally owned MSP right here in Middle Tennessee. That means that you're not talking to somebody overseas. You're not talking to a bot. You're talking to a person in Tennessee. They deliver customized solutions grounded in industry best practices. They ensure the outcome that will keep your network secure and performing as it should. They'll take complete ownership in helping you with all of your IT issues, whether it's internet, printer, server, and obviously cybersecurity, which is so important. Everyone's under threat for cyber attack and ransomware attack. You don't want to be one of the 14 that gets attacked on a daily basis. Call Alpha and Omega now to avoid being one of those. 615-784-0096, 784-0096, or A&O.net. That's A&O.net.
Voting continues in Tennessee's 7th Congressional District, a special election. Looks like about a third of eligible voters are going to decide who wins that. We'll tell you more coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WTN, we're live at the Men of Valor campus, Valor Ridge, for our Giving Tuesday program. And we are pleased to be joined on the phone for a few moments by Matt Van Epps, the man of the hour. He is running as a Republican in the 7th Congressional District. And we've got an hour to go, Matt. Final pitch, final time for people to get in line and vote for you to represent the 7th Congressional District in Congress. Matt, thanks for being on with us in the final hours.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. We've got 1 hour left. And for anybody that can hear me right now that is in the Tennessee 7th Congressional District, or if you think you might be in the Tennessee 7th Congressional District and you have not voted, I ask you to go vote. Every single vote today matters. This is literally about the direction we want to take our country. Continuing with America First to support our families, our farmers, our military, and our veterans, or going in a direction that is not good for our district and not good for our country. My opponent is a socialist that wants to increase taxes to fund a socialist agenda that has been endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America. It's a direction we cannot afford to go in. And the only way to win today, the only way to stop crazy from happening, is to get out and vote. And so if you can hear me today and you're in the district or you think you might be, I ask you to go to your polling location and vote. And we need it. We're in a great position right now, and we want to win by the biggest margin possible, and we do that when everybody gets out and votes.
I mean, how excited are you for this opportunity? We don't want to count chickens before they hatch, Matt, obviously. You don't take anything for granted, but it looks great. I think this good-looking turnout, we were talking to the Secretary of State earlier. He felt like the turnout was pretty good. So we're seeing people getting out to the polls. I think that bodes well because the 7th Congressional District, they're simply in line with the America First agenda, in line with what you're presenting as a congressman as opposed to your opponent who is an avowed socialist. So, I mean, I think the distinction could not be clearer, and I'm very excited about you getting to Washington, D.C. and getting to work.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited about that too, and it's the Army background in me that the mission's not done until it's done, and we're pushing forward. And we've had a great day today. We've had a great day yesterday. The speaker was with me campaigning all day yesterday. It was an honor to have him, boots on the ground. I think we were in 6 counties and did probably 10 events, and it was a great day to see the momentum and the energy that was real. We brought that into today. And to see that today, we were in a bunch of counties today at polling locations, and to just be out with the voters and be able to talk and interact. And it's incredible. It's humbling. And we're going to bring it home today. And there's an opportunity right now to be a part of this historic win. And if you can hear me, go out, bring your friends with you, ask them to get out and vote. And this one is really important. They're all important, but this one is really important. It really is about the direction we want to move our country. The margins in the U.S. House are very narrow, and they potentially could get more narrow depending on what California does and some of these other elections. And so this one allows us to hold the ground, to hold the House as we push into 2026. We keep our margin and we expand it. And so your listeners today, I ask you to support us, to get out there. You can be a part of this historic movement, and we're excited to get this one done.
And I guess you'll be watching election results a little bit later on tonight in Nashville. Is that correct?
That's right.
Well, we look forward to a big party in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Maxwell House. And Matt, obviously, let's get out to vote. Another hour to go. Hopefully, you and I will be talking very soon as a Congressman-elect, Matt Van Epps. We appreciate you spending a little time with us today, and thank you so much. And we'll talk to you again very soon.
Matt, thanks so much. Thanks for what you do. Appreciate it a lot.
Yes, sir. Take care. There's Matt Van Epps, who's running and seeking your vote with an hour to go, less than an hour to go now, as it is 6:01. We'll be back in a moment at Valor Ridge campus, Men of Valor. It's our Giving Tuesday. It's a very different and special show that we do once a year, begging of you to give as you can to such a wonderful organization like Men of Valor. We'll get an opportunity to speak with Alex Perez in just a moment. He's going to talk to us about the Hispanic ministry that they're offering with
with Men of Valor. That's coming up next, right after the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Voting continues in Tennessee's 7th Congressional District, a special election. Secretary of State Trey Hargett telling WTN's Matt Murphy Show voter interest and turnout is strong.
And we were worried about the weather. Down in Williamson County, they've had lines. Somebody told me a 45-minute line a while ago at some of the precincts. Davidson County has been voting about 3 times the pace of what they saw in the October primary. Montgomery has seen strong and steady turnout. I mean, people are getting out and making their voice heard, and that's great to see.
He's predicting about 30% turnout, so that means about a third of eligible voters will be choosing who represents the 7th Congressional District. By the way, a Democrat hasn't held the seat for more than 40 years. The Afghan suspect accused of fatally shooting a National Guard member and wounding another in D.C.'s entered a not guilty plea. Ramanullah Lakwana will remain jailed without bond per a judge's order. Prosecutors say he shouted Allahu Akbar and opened fire with a revolver before being shot while reloading. And the U.S. Supreme Court hearing arguments regarding a request from a state government to investigate donors for an anti-abortion group. ABC's Devin Dwyer explains.
During oral arguments Tuesday, the Supreme Court appeared likely to rule in favor of an anti-abortion pregnancy center in New Jersey, seeking to challenge in federal court a state subpoena for donor information. The group First Choice Women's Resource Center says that subpoena from Democratic Attorney General Matthew Platkin has the effect of chilling the First Amendment right of association. Platkin says his request, part of a probe into suspected false advertising and donor deception, is not yet enforceable and could hardly be seen as inflicting any harm.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Cheatham County still have that road work blocking the right lane 40 eastbound there at exit 188. Over on the East Loop downtown going westbound, still got a crash reported just past Shelby Avenue. Then in Jolton, got an overturned vehicle blocking the left lane 24 westbound at exit 31. Over by the airport, a stalled vehicle, left shoulder block, 40 eastbound before exit 216A. In Mount Juliet, a stalled vehicle, on-ramp partially blocked. That'll be 40 eastbound from Mount Juliet Road. In Fairview, a crash, 40 eastbound near the Williamson-Cheatham County line. And back here in downtown on the South Loop, police reporting a crash 65 southbound right there at I-40. Creve Hall, off-ramp partially blocked, 65 southbound off-ramp to eastbound Harding Place. I'm Ken Weaver.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. It's hour number 4 of our Giving Tuesday event at the Men of Valor campus on Valor Ridge. My name is Matt Murphy. This is the Matt Murphy Radio Show. Thank you for being with us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As I said at the beginning, at 3 o'clock, it's a different kind of show. It's a different kind of day, and it's such a fulfilling show for me because what a wonderful and worthwhile organization Men of Valor truly is. I invite you to go to movministry.com to find out more. While you're there, perhaps click on the Give Here button and give as you can. If you've got a few dollars that you are setting aside to give to a worthwhile charitable organization and you don't know a lot about Men of Valor, I feel like you've learned a little bit today, and I beg of you to give as you can because they're doing such great work, God's work truly, in the state of Tennessee and beyond. Speaking of doing God's work, Alex Perez is a wonderful guy. He's the philanthropy director, easy for me to say, of Men of Valor, and he joins us now along with Dustin Ladd, who's going to talk a little bit about the continuing educational opportunities here on the campus of Valor Ridge. But I want to start with you, Alex, and say, first off, thank you. Thank you for everything that you guys do. Thank you for the wonderful organization that Men of Valor is. It is, and I from the bottom of my heart, it is such a fulfilling opportunity for me that I get a chance to speak about Men of Valor. It is a blessing to me that I'm associated with Men of Valor. And so thank you for all that y'all do.
Actually, thank you. You know, you guys give us a beacon. And coming from Miami, I actually did some radio. And one of the things is that airwaves get into places that normally some of us cannot get access to.
Yeah.
So we love Super Talk 99.7 for allowing us to be that voice and that beacon to get into areas where we normally wouldn't be able to get to.
Well, and I think the audience, because they we're here to entertain them, we're here to maybe educate and inform, and they give us this day, and they're always so gracious in doing so to let us really dive in. I talk about you guys on a regular basis,
yes,
but this day it's an opportunity to dive in and talk about the various aspects, like the family ministry aspect that Jenna was talking about earlier, about the campus and what exactly goes on campus, what your dollars truly go to. And we're going to talk to Dustin about that in just a moment. But it is that opportunity to dive deep and to discuss the things that y'all are doing inside the system, here on campus, and just exterior to everything that you're doing across the state of Tennessee. Talk to me a little bit about the new Hispanic ministry that y'all have launched with Men of Valor.
Yeah, so absolutely. One of the things that I love about Men of Valor when I'm out there in the community is bringing about awareness. One of the things where we set ourselves apart from a lot of the prison ministries out there, that we are truly a full-service prison ministries. You have a lot of organizations that go into the prisons and into the jails, or you have those that have the halfway houses. Well, we encompass everything from the moment that they're in the jail and the prisons to the point that they're being released. Now, from there's a lot of components and a lot of wheels that need to turn. So we're always asking the question, what other communities are not being served out there? And unfortunately, our Hispanic community, because of immigration laws, most of them won't be able to step foot on this campus. But how can we serve them? So we have to now go again to meet them where they're at, go into the prisons and go into the jails, and also be able to speak their language. So we basically have taken our curriculum and everything that has been a formula of success for Men of Valor. We have translated it into Spanish, and we go in there. And probably within the last year and a half, we are now serving 5 county jails, and we're in 2 of the prison, serving about 150 men per week. And we're doing this because of church partners and volunteers. And like so many people have mentioned earlier, Jana, especially with my title, philanthropy, every time I say, what do I do? People hold on to the wallets. I don't know why. But we can have the millions and millions of dollars in our bank account. If we don't have the volunteers, the partners that we have, community partners that come alongside, our awesome staff, we won't be able to execute anything that we want to do. So that is probably the most valuable thing that we can do. Yes, it's Giving Tuesday today, but we believe in the 3 T's: time, talents, and treasure. Your time and talent is probably worth more than, getting any check.
Well, and I know you guys well enough to know, and I've been around the organization well enough to know that, you don't decide the circumstances that you are presented. Correct. Your goal, your mission is to bring more men to God, regardless of where they come from, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of, whatever might be in front of you. And you don't allow those obstacles to deter you from that mission statement. And if that means speaking literally and figuratively, speaking their language, you speak their language, because the goal is wherever you're from, whatever your circumstances, let's bring them to God and let's turn the takers into givers.
Absolutely. I love this season. There's a quote by Corrie ten Boom, and I'm going to read it because I don't want to misquote her. She says that who can add to Christmas? Says that the perfect motive is that God so loved the world. The perfect gift is that he gave his only son. And a lot of times we take the gospel and we make it exclusive, and it's not. So what I love about Men of Valor, that we make it inclusive for everyone. The Bible doesn't say or separate group. It says that he came for the whole world. So our job is just to do that. We understand, like Paul says, we water, we plant, but God gives the increase. So we're just here. We see a void, and we just try to walk through it and try to fill that void.
And toward that end, modern times call for modern methods to try to help men. And Dustin, you're alongside to talk to us about some of the activities going on campus that are further benefiting the men who are on campus, to help them with job placement, to help them with anything and everything that comes with getting back into a semblance of real life. First off, thank you for everything you do, Dustin. How are you?
Thank you, man. I'm doing great. Glad to be here. Glad you're here.
Good to have you as well. Now, you give me a little peek in the room just adjacent to where we're broadcasting from here on campus at Valor Ridge. What's going on in there?
Sure. So I work here as a digital skills minister. So when these guys come in their first 30 days, we assess them to figure out what they know about digital literacy, computers, technology in general. Sometimes a guy don't even know how to hold the mouse.
Right.
And for today's world, it's not about just having technology skills anymore. It's a life skill. Almost every job that you get into, you're going to use technology in one way or another. So we get them in, and we teach them the basics, on how to operate a computer, send an email, stuff about spreadsheets, and just all the basic tools that you would use to
you don't think about this so much, although I've thought about this gentleman from last year. I always forget his name, but he had been in for
Tim Swafford.
Tim, he had been in
45 years.
45 years. Yep. And you think about that when he first went into the prison system, there weren't really personal computers there, and he's coming into a world that he doesn't really know about. Now, obviously, that's an extreme case, but when you get people into your room in there, you kind of have to figure out what their basic understanding is, right?
Absolutely, and a lot of times it's I don't have any experience on a computer, but to sit down with the guy and within 4 weeks to watch them grow and learn and become confident and using that, man, it's a huge thing, and it gives them the morale to push on,
And so it's all about digital skills training. So what does that? When I say digital skills, what does that all entail?
Sure. So we got we basically use the digital skills, the Google Applied Digital Skills, which teaches everything from email use, sheets, documents, how to create a document. And things like that. And then we also got the transfer program, which uses VR headsets for job training. You can do welding, culinary stuff. You can do even warehouse stuff. We got guys that they get OSHA certified, OSHA 10, OSHA 30 certifications. Mm-hmm. And we got a lot of guys that come through and they do well and they want to really pursue it. So we got grant funds to get them placed in school. We can do online classes after a while and things like that.
That's pretty cool. So what's the rate of success? I mean, how many have we seen graduate?
So as of August, we've had 46 men complete the digital skills basic training. We've had more since then. We've awarded 45 laptops on this campus. So once you complete the program, the digital skills part, and you are currently pursuing something to greater your education.
Heck yeah, you get a little laptop.
You get a pretty nice laptop.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's good. So you've had 45 laptops given
on the Nashville campus. Yes, sir, we have.
That's pretty cool.
It's been awesome.
Yeah, good for them. Good for them, and good for you guys. I mean, and it's obviously the next way that you can help build that basic skill level to benefit them when they're off campus and back to quote unquote normal life.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, it's nothing like having the tools you need to succeed and getting the knowledge to do that.
How fulfilling is it for you to watch these guys go through it? I mean, it's got to be pretty cool.
It's really cool for me. So I'm a graduate myself. I graduated this program in August this year. I got hired on at the end of September, and it's really big, man. It's rewarding. It just doesn't seem like a good enough word, like to watch a guy come in and to work with him and help him set some goals and watch him start to achieve goals and know that when you're in and out of the system for all these years, your mind gets narrow and you think there's not a whole lot you can do. As far as getting a job or getting trained and get a good job, something that does provide,
And Alex, you can speak to this as well, and I know Dustin can too as a graduate of the program. I mean, you bring men in, and maybe you're meeting them in the prisons before they get out, but it occurs to me, I've spoken to enough of them, that they feel like, well, this is just the life. I mean, however old, I'm 20-something, I'm 30-something years old. This is just the life that I have now. They lose sight of the possibility of a different kind of life, and you're bringing that into them. You're doing that through the Bible and through Jesus, but you're doing it through life skills and training. You're doing it through psychological help. I mean, it's all of these different things, aspects of this coming together to help them understand that there's a better and different way, a more fulfilling way on this earth, and then obviously it's that eternal salvation as well.
Yeah, and I think it's true. I mean, you've been hearing the stories, you've been hearing statistics. Alfonso and Tony, they do a great job in sharing things with trauma and all that. But a lot of these men grow up thinking that there's no other alternative. Right. Their life and what they know is their reality. So what I love about Men of Valor is that we tell them, listen, there's another way. Mm-hmm. First of all, it's Jesus. There's no success or anything outside of Jesus. But then there's also the other skills, because a lot of times we just focus on the spiritual, but at the end of the day, we need these skills. That's what this building back here, this workforce development building is going to do. It's going to be able to add to these digital skills. We have some success stories. If you attended our breakfast earlier this year, you would have found out that one of the guys that he graduated with a plumbing degree, and today he's got I don't know how many vans. He's hiring ex-felons that are coming out of the prison, and he's doing about $1 million in revenue. Wow. This is a guy that came out of this program, and again, none of us cannot take any credit. So all we simply do is listen, this is what you've known. There's an alternative, and there's a better way of doing things.
Hey, speaking of the breakfast, you told me earlier today that we have a date for the breakfast. Somebody needs to mark the calendar down, right?
So March 26th, once again at the Music City Center. Beautiful place. If you just want to come just to see an architectural marvel, be there. But
it's a big room.
It is. Last
it's a
year,
huge room.
Well, I say last year because we're almost coming to the end. This year there was about 1,800 people in attendance.
Man.
Bring your tissues because it's very hard to be there in person and have a dry eye. This year's theme is the light of the world, and I think more and more, as a culture and as a society, we need to know that there's still light out there. We're living in very dark moments where there's a lot of people just losing hope, and I'm talking just beyond incarceration. So if you want to be able to spend a great morning from 7 to 8:30 in the morning, parking is free. I mean, when was the last time you went to Nashville downtown and had free parking? All that is covered. Breakfast is free. All you got to do is just register, follow us on the website, on social media. More information will come for March 26th.
And there's all the bacon you could possibly want.
Good bacon.
My good friend Cameron Smith and I started a band called Wasted Bacon because there was we were walking through the room collecting the bacon. I wanted a Ziploc bag because there was extra bacon. Anyway,
Yeah.
but I digress. Dustin, obviously, thank you very much. I mean, I bet you can't wait to get in the Workforce Development and Ministry Center, huh?
Yes, sir. It's exciting. There's going to be a lot of opportunity over there for these guys, man. I'm blessed to be a part of it.
So, well, thank you for remaining on staff. I mean, it means something, and I don't need to tell you because I've not walked in your shoes, but it means something that you can look a man in the eye that's coming into the program and you say, look, I've been there. You're not telling me anything that I haven't experienced. I mean, that's a connection, right?
It definitely is, and coming through the program, like when you do Alfonso's in them class, myself, I had the 10 ACEs. I had every trauma that he talked about.
Oh, wow.
And so to have the transformation and then get to work with the guys that come through and let them know, hey, you can do it. You can do it. Jesus is going to help you, and we're going to support you. And you get love here like you don't get anywhere else.
Well, God bless you. God bless you and what you do, Dustin. And thank you, Alex, so much for making us a part of this. It's so cool. I know we're going to talk to Genevieve in just a couple of minutes about encouraging people, to volunteer, encouraging people to give, encouraging people to support a wonderful organization like Men of Valor. We appreciate you guys so much.
I appreciate you guys.
23 after the hour. Quick timeout. We'll be back. We will speak to the Chief of Staff of Men of Valor, Genevieve, in just a moment. It's 23 after on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's Matt Murphy for Eurofix. Eurofix is an incredible organization that started some 26 years ago in the backyard of Aaron Stokes' house in Franklin. And now they've grown to 5 separate locations. And friends, let me tell you, they have a deep commitment to quality that begins with their showroom. I mean, obviously the waiting areas are spotless. The service areas are absolutely spotless as well. It sets them apart. They repair European vehicles at below dealer pricing. They have a welcoming shop that you can actually sit down in. A free 15-minute no-wrench inspection, which is protection for you, right? Because with that free 15-minute inspection, you know exactly what they need to do for your automobile before they touch it, before they put a wrench on it. Plus, they offer a 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty on all repair work performed. Rental cars available with appointment. 5 locations: Franklin, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Belmead, and Mount Juliet. 844-EUROFIX, or visit online at myeurofix.com. That's myeurofix.com for Eurofix.
they are about to fire you. I know you're accustomed to dealing with sports guys. Super Talk 99.7 WT, and I was just telling Madison in our promotions department that she's not accustomed to kindness, and I get that because she deals with the sports fellas all the time. But that's okay. That's all well and good. That's it. I was thanking her, and she said, "Where's Pookie, by the way?" That's right. That's right. You got caught, didn't you? So if you don't know, we've got. I mean, obviously, we're at the Valor Ridge campus, Men of Valor, our Giving Tuesday event. Next Tuesday is our big Toy Field event at Nissan Stadium. And it's a slightly different placement this year because obviously we got we got a stadium next to the stadium now, so we can't quite go where we used to be. I think we were Gate 6, 9. Now we're at Gate 8. In the tailgate area this year. That's a week from today. And Madison has been taking to all of our events this little bear called Pookie, who is kind of a symbol of the giving spirit of the holiday season. And she did not bring Pookie today. And I asked her why, and she said, well, we didn't feel like this was a good atmosphere for Pookie. I don't know. Is that what you were saying? Is that what you said? That Pookie's too young of a we don't want to expose Pookie to – it's a perfect place. Yeah. Anyway, I'm amusing myself at this point because I'm getting Madison all defensive about not bringing Pookie onto the campus. We're going to talk. We're going to finish up in just a few moments talking to Genevieve Muckle, who is Chief of Staff with Men of Valor. We want to talk about criminal justice. We want to talk about the future of Men of Valor, the growth of Men of Valor. Obviously, Carl Carlson, I did not have the blessing to meet Carl. He passed away, many years before I got to Nashville. But his spirit lives on, his message lives on, and it lives on through the people that you've been talking with and hearing about all throughout the course of the day-to-day. So once again, I understand that it's a different sort of show and it's a different sort of day. I understand that, for those of you that listen from 3 until 7, and I thank you. I'm so thankful for all of you. But it occurs to me that in the spirit of Thanksgiving, in the spirit of what it means to give thanks, I give thanks to this organization because of the good that they do and the good that they bring to the state of Tennessee. So we'll talk to Genevieve in just a moment. It is 6:30 right now. It's time for news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
without having to consider surgery and without having to take spinal injections. Sadly, that's the way that a lot of folks have been living for a long time. And to introduce the Wellness Institute of Nashville to those of you who've been thinking about it, hearing about it, but haven't pulled the trigger yet, the Big Daddy Trump special, $12 for a comprehensive examination, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and your first treatment in the office the same day. $12. You cannot beat this. Friends, it is a way to introduce you to the incredible world of spinal decompression. It's non-surgical, and it helps. It heals the disc by opening it up so that blood, nutrition, hydration can get to the area, heal the spinal disc, heal the nerve naturally without spinal injection, without painkillers, and obviously without surgery. So I encourage you to call today to 615-246-5009, 246-5009, or go to painisbad.com. That's painisbad.com. It's the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Not buckle, but muckle.
That's it.
Hey, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I guess we're back. I was just talking to our next guest about the proper pronunciation of her last name.
Good luck for the whole thing.
Muckle.
Muckle.
Genevieve.
Muckle. You did it. You nailed it.
Hey, Genevieve.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great, Matt. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. Genevieve, congratulations, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't. Is that the proper way of introducing you as the chief of staff of Men of Valor? How about that?
Thank you. Yeah. Right.
Wow. What?
You've grown.
I asked Genevieve. I was like, "What is that? What are you doing?" And what did you say to me?
I said, if you could write that job description for me, I'd be very thankful. It'd be fabulous.
Cat herding and whatnot. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I put it. I think it's like Google engine for the CEO. Any call, what do you need? What is it? Yeah, herding cats would be
Mopping
a good
floors.
one. A lot of custodial work,
Yeah.
turns out. Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Well, no. Well, first and foremost,
thank you for allowing us to be a part of this. I hope that we help. I think that we do, but it is a blessing to be a part of Men of Valor. It truly is.
I love it. I mean, you've done a lot with us at this point and seen a lot of our growth in a little bit of time, see what we do at the Capitol. It's been really cool to have someone of your stature to come and talk about all this and be – I mean, just the handout that you give us.
Well, I mean, but this is where the rubber meets the road, right? I mean, we talk about trying to create dynamics where people can succeed.
Right.
And if we can't get to where they're at their rock bottom and help them out of that, in their lives here on earth, but in the spiritual realm and in the eternal realm, then I don't even know what we're doing. And Carl Carlson, I did not have the blessing to know Carl, but his spirit lives on in this ministry and in this organization, and I know that you guys live it and feel it every day.
Man, I wish I knew him. I always try to think his daughter-in-law's in the room right now. And so she knew him, turns out. But I'm like, what? The stories I hear, what would Carl think about me? I do not know. Having a woman as the chief of staff now. But I do think what we can say is that he was convicted about reaching people that were unreachable. And he wasn't afraid to be the one to go into the cell, to go in and do the dirty work, to show up himself. He might have been the executive director of it all and the founder of it. But my understanding is that man never stopped being on the front lines. And so that's the spirit, I think, that no matter how big we grow, no matter what we do, there's not a staff member from the top to the bottom that doesn't want to do that work.
And you talk about the growth. I mean, I would love. I mean, if we lived in a perfect world, one of these days I'd get a call from Alex or Genevieve, and they're like, "Hey, we're shutting it down because there's nobody else in prison, and everybody's doing right, and everybody's going to church. But that's not the world we live in, right? And so there is growth, but it's such a good growth for Men of Valor because I guess it started in Nashville, but now it's stretching across the state of Tennessee and even into some other states. So let's kind of step back to 50,000 feet and talk about the growth of Men of Valor and the footprint that you guys have created.
Yeah. So you're right. Started here in Nashville 28 years ago-ish. And then eventually, I mean, it has grown tremendously. My husband works for Department of Correction, and he's laughing. Our breakfast now is about 1,700 people. But he remembers back when it was in a church basement of like 150, 200 people. And so over 15 years, he's gotten to see that himself, and that's always wonderful to hear. But the amount of, we're in trailers right now and these beautiful houses, and we are about to open up, as you've seen across the street, this beautiful workforce development center. And so all of that to say, what we continue to do is to find enhancements. We don't have to change a lot of our discipleship method, but we have become experts in what do people coming out of prison need practically, spiritually. And so always trying to enhance the skills that they have. And so that led us to growing and enhancing what we have here and realizing, all right, can we package that up a little bit and have that same discipleship method, discipleship model, individualized care in other places. And so, 2022, we started in Knoxville, and we sent 2 guys down, AC and Brian, slow build. We like to get to know the community first. We're not trying to shove our square peg in your round hole. What does the community need? How can we support you? How can we adapt and pivot to what you need? And so started housing down there with the help of Josh Smith from Fourth Purpose, now the deputy director of the BOP. Cool story, side note. But and then that has moved us into jail expansion. So we weren't in jails. That's new in the past 2 years. So now we're trying to do some preventative care. We're in 15 jails in that short period of time in Tennessee.
So you're now, I mean, and not to interrupt you, but you're kind of catching them. Obviously we've run afoul of the law. We've had some of those negative experiences, but maybe before you are in the prison system, we can catch you and try to find you where you are and save you there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of money in jails. And so programming and staffing, there's great programming in prisons if you want to utilize it. In jail, there's not much of anything. And so how can we have, it needs to be community and volunteer driven. And so let's step into that hole and exactly what you're saying. Maybe we can prevent some people from going to the big boy prison.
Right. And then there's a ministry in Florida now?
There is. Yeah, so we've decided, we tried some case management style approach in Chattanooga. And that was made available to us through opioid abatement money. So state of Tennessee got money from big pharma companies that, opioid awareness there. So got that money to start case management, working with the men in jail there. And we now have just received a house. So for about 8 guys. So they can live in Chattanooga now in a home together and start our aftercare work there. And then, yes, we had our very first event in Florida today, actually.
Nice.
But we've got about 258 unique men that we've touched in Florida so far. We're in 5 facilities down there. We've moved a staff member down, and we hired Patrick Mahoney, who was the Florida Department of Corrections director.
You hired Patrick Mahomes?
You know Patrick? Oh, yeah. Yeah, his arm was. He's
wait, maybe I misheard that.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahoney. No, I'm sorry.
leave.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we got Florida Department of Corrections.
You like that. Alfonso
Patrick Mahoney's on his way. If you're listening. Come on, Mahomes. But he's not my quarterback in fantasy, so he needs to. It's fine.
So who is?
Dak.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Dak.
Dak's taking care of business on the offensive
like
side
so
of the ball, but we digress.
Woos in the right. Back to Minute Valley.
So I mean, the growth model, and I don't know, and I should know this by now because I've been around for a few years, but I don't know how quickly this campus, the Valor Ridge campus, I'm certain that Carl conceptualized it early on, if it wasn't a reality early on. But it feels to me it is so important to have that campus in Knoxville, which about 30 beds.
30 beds, yeah. Good.
Or to have the campus here, or to have that home in Florida, because it is a structured way to transition out of prison life. I think they're getting you're feeding their soul, you're feeding their minds within the system, but now we need to put some of all of that food and kind of make it reality in terms of how we're going to live our lives outside of the jail.
Yeah, can you imagine being institutionalized? I mean, the 6 to 8 year window is what they say. If you serve 6 to 8 years, that's when your body, your brain becomes institutionalized. And that is people telling you what to wear well, you only get a denim outfit to choose from, so it's not that tough. What you're going to eat, what time you're going to eat, who you live with, every single thing about your life is in a cell, and told how to do it.
I'm reminded of Shawshank is one of my favorite movies. And Morgan Freeman, the line in Morgan Freeman is, I spent 35 years being told when to go to the bathroom,
right.
And to this day I can't go without say so, right? I mean, that boils it down of how structured life is, and when you get freedom after so many years, I mean, that can be a wonderful thing, and it can be a very, very frightening thing, and so you kind of structure that freedom in a way that helps, mentally give those guys an opportunity to process it.
Yeah, and to wash some of that off, to get the hypervigilance would be the word of prison. That takes years off the life. That's cortisol rushing through your body all the time. You don't know when something's going to happen to you, and you fear you are all the time. And so to begin to have your body begin to respond so that you are safe and your brain can catch up and your spirit can catch up. Mm-hmm. I mean, those are things that if you're not in the right spot, you're going to think, oh, I'm a guy, I can do all of this, but there's going to be so many choices. What do? And so you have to revert back to what you know.
You brought it up a minute ago, but how excited are you to see the reality of the expansion of the Valor Ridge campus with the Workforce Development and Ministry Center? I mean, it's got to be. I mean, that's coming in the spring.
Yeah,
ribbon cutting.
Into January, it's going to be done. Move in February and ribbon cut in spring. It's crazy. I love it, Matt. I feel like getting guys jobs, that's great. Getting men careers is huge. And so people come out of prison with certifications. There's good job training in there. But do we have that nexus? Like, are we really saying, hey, we've got you this job, work it? Or are we saying, let's take what you really are passionate about and want to do and help you get to yes with that? So this job center, this workforce center is really going to help us with that nexus and to take very individualized plans. No one's falling through the cracks. You want to be a welder? Let's get TCAD involved. Let's do this from day one. Let's get you a HOPE plan.
You know this better than anybody because you see the numbers, you crunch the numbers. But what I like to talk about when I discuss Men of Valor on a regular basis and when we're here is that I believe this with my heart, that for every dollar that you give to Men of Valor, you're getting back not just emotionally and spiritually
knowing that it's going to a good purpose and a good cause. But you're literally getting tax dollars back because of the level of recidivism, the change in recidivism, the amount of men that don't go back into the system, that don't add to the system-wide problem, that don't add to the cost of men being incarcerated, which is in the tens of thousands of dollars annually. That's a direct cost to the tax-paying citizen. So if you're giving money to Men of Valor, you're turning takers into givers, and you're literally getting money back in terms of tax accountability because we're not spending that money on the prison systems.
Nailed it. That's a great ROI, right?
Right?
Yeah.
It's like a win-win.
It's true.
But that takes money. And you guys exist and survive because you are a godly ministry. Obviously, you're not taking you're not depending on government, quote unquote, money. You depend on the people. And that's what this is all about, and it's what Giving Tuesday is all about.
Well, it's funny you bring up recidivism because I think people think that's a government problem a lot. Oh, what's the prison doing to reduce recidivism rates and do these things? And that's all well and good. But that takes out the truth of it. That's a community problem. Are we wrapping our arms around people to help with recidivism rates? Because no DA, no prison, no far removed White Tower can fix that. That is churches. That is people who care. That is all kinds of faith communities. That is programs like ours. That takes the 24/7 walking the walk alongside somebody. If you really want a community involved and really want public safety, we can't just push it off on the government.
Well, and if you want to get psychological about it, right?
do.
I
Yes,
mean,
please.
we're all a part of a gang, right? We all have our gangs.
What's yours called?
Right? I'm Gang Radio.
Got it.
We're all. I mean, so. It occurred to me that within the system, within the prison system, there are these cliques, there are these groups, and within life you have cliques and you have groups. And are you going to be a group for good? Are you going to surround yourself with people that are motivating toward good?
That's good.
Or are you surrounded by people that are motivating you toward bad, right? So those individuals within the prison system, just like in life, you're going to find yourself surrounded by individuals. Are you surrounded by good people like Men of Valor and those organizations that are in the system? Or are you a part of some other clique that's going to lead you once you get out of prison back to the life that got you in there to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, there's a ripple effect. We talk about the ripple effect of crime and the negative ripple it creates, but if that's true, then the converse has to be true.
The positive
ripple.
ripple.
The positive ripple effect, if you are surrounding yourself with people who, exactly what you said, want that identity, think of what you can positively ripple, things you'll never see in your life. The fruit that you'll see that will come from that.
I absolutely love it. So, and people I know that this is the time of year that a lot of different organizations, wonderful organizations, are asking of your time and of your money. But I just beg people to think about the results that you get from Men of Valor and to give as you can. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Community organizations, church organizations, giving as they can, individuals giving as they can, job partners, giving as they can. I mean, all of that works together toward the ultimate goal.
Yeah, we don't make widgets. The big thing, our service is manpower. It's having people who are justice involved themselves. It's having mentors on staff. It's having people that have walked this to handhold. We talked about institutionalization. They're grown men, but for the first 2 months, 3 months, there's a lot of hand-holding.
Oh,
and
sure.
You can't get that with like hey, let me just help you write a resume. That is, let me sit down with you beyond an email address. What is proper tone in an email? What does it look like at work? Oh, you're in anger management class. Okay, you just had a freak out on a Wednesday. Who do you call? The AJ, there are folks here 24/7. That's what changes behavior. That's what changes criminal thinking. That's what changes how you respond and how you deal with your inner trauma that I'm sure Dr. Gilbert talked about earlier because he told me. But those are the things that if you want to see true change in a human being and thus a set of human beings and thus the safety of a community, you've got to have one-on-one direct care. And so, no, I can't make any more widgets, but that's what dollars go to, are relationships that change people and then change communities.
Genevieve, thank you so much for everything that Men of Valor does. Thank you for what you do here in Knoxville, in Chattanooga, in Florida, and I just look forward to the growth and the power of the blessings of Jesus Christ presenting itself to all Tennessee and beyond. Thank you for letting us be a part of it.
No, thank you for coming. Thank you for involving yourself.
Y'all need to get to movministry.com, movministry.com. If you've enjoyed the last 4 hours, it's time to pay for it.
by going to movministry.com and hitting the Give Here button and pay for these 4 hours of radio by giving as you can to the wonderful organization that is Men of Valor. We'll be back in a moment. We'll wrap things up from the Valor Ridge campus. It's the Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. For those of you expecting nincompoops in the news, we will deliver for you coming up tomorrow. Don't you worry. We've got a big-time Wednesday edition of the program expected. And back to a regular format of show to include nincompoops in the news. But here, speaking of regular format, Jackson Williams joins us. Action Jackson, as we call him. He's been on site all day. You enjoyed yourself there, buddy?
Yeah, been a great time out here.
Stand by.
Stand by.
I there you go.
Right. I didn't do it correctly.
Yeah.
I thought I could do it myself, but
you need Kirby after home. Yeah. So how about a really quick Action Jackson Sports Minute? You have some breaking sports news that might be of interest to local football fans?
Yeah, it makes me very sad, but also very happy because it'll make you sad.
What?
Former Georgia commit quarterback Jared Curtis of Nashville Christian School is staying home, flipping his commitment from Georgia to Vanderbilt.
What? Okay, here's the deal. Number one, I'm suing Nate Bargatze.
Okay.
Okay, so Bargatze, if you're listening, or any of your little minions over there at Nate Land are listening.
What are you going to sue him for?
You're getting sued. Collusion.
You can't
collusion and interference
against you.
Collusion and interference against my beloved Georgia Bulldogs. He is causing me pain and suffering in my emotional soul by what he did on College Game Day the other day.
Maybe
the other week.
Nate comes on the show and you talk about it.
Maybe so. Maybe you know what? I might drop the lawsuit if he so desires. All right, look, in all seriousness, thank you, Jackson. In all seriousness, give to movministry.com. That's movministry.com. Click the Give Here button. Thank you so much to Alex, to Genevieve, and the rest of the gang for giving us an opportunity to be out here and speak to you for the last 4 hours or so. Back to regular show tomorrow. Good luck to Matt Van Epps. We'll find results coming up tomorrow. Next time, Super Talk.
You're no longer on.